What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It's Sunday, April 26, 2026, and we are here at Kaagbaan for another day of arrivals. Today with a bit more wind from the northeast, headwind for the airplanes landing on 06, so I don't expect any sudden runway changes, unlike yesterday. A warm welcome to the show, everybody who joined already. Good show in store for you guys today. Got a couple of 747s on the way. The A380 is late today. The first 747 is already underway and the first wide body is approaching, as you guys can see. Hope everybody is doing well. Marja, goedenavond. Marissa, goedemorgen. And welcome to the show, everybody else who joined already. We've got a live stream. This is the wind. The wind is blowing from the northeast. In other words, it's almost headwind for the airplanes landing on the Kaagbaan. The first 747 of the show. Atlas Air is holding, interestingly. Interesting, it's holding, so should be landing here pretty soon. There's more on the way, Cargolux over Ireland, but maybe I'll show you a bit later in the morning. Let's first go back to the camera and focus on the first landing. That is approaching KLM flight 702, arriving from Buenos Aires, a 777-200. Now there's also a 777 turning downwind west of me. I'm trying to see if I am able to spot it. It's a bit more cloudy still than it was yesterday. It should open up. To what extent remains to be seen, because tomorrow it is expected to be a bit more cloudy than the previous days have been. We'll see. First arrival of the show, first triple of the show, KLM flight 702, arriving from Buenos Aires. So the first queen is doing a lap in holding above the Gulf of Yorkshire. Allows more viewers to come in and take a seat. Very good morning to everybody who joined already. Happy Sunday to you all. Marvin, good morning. Bram, goedemorgen. Jurk, if you're still here, good morning. Ari, goedemorgen. Peter, goedemorgen. Patrick, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. Bevroren patat, goedemorgen. Edgar, goedemorgen. Kathy, good morning. Dan, good morning. John, good morning. What is up? Well, hopefully not my blood pressure or my cholesterol. All good here. Hope all is well on your end as well, John. Son, good morning. Fast Eddie, good morning. Bas, goedemorgen. Sven, goedemorgen. Next approach, an A319 SAS. Let's have a quick look on Flight Radar again to see what we can expect. So Atlas, at least for the time being, in a holding. Not sure if it's going to be released out of holding already. Just one lap. That also happens on occasion. Cargolux over Ireland expected here 10:30. Atlas arriving shortly before 2, arriving from Miami, with Cargolux arriving from Nairobi, ETA 12:16, and the Emirates is expected shortly after 2 o'clock, 2:07. SAS Retro. SAS Retro A319, returning from Copenhagen. SAS flight 2551. So plenty interesting stuff in store. Yesterday was a bit calm with quads, but not today. Much better than yesterday. The wind is also more pronounced and from the right direction, so I am expecting the Kaagbaan to stay open, even though Bezoekbus has not yet updated for the upcoming hours with respect to expected runway use, but we should be good here on a day like today. Is that a firefighter? I think. Are those the firefighters? I think they are. What? It's the firefighters coming this way.
I'm a fire starter, twisted fire starter.
In the meantime, a very good morning to everybody who joined Michelle, goedemorgen. Roger, goedemorgen. Anna-Maria, goedemorgen. Tom, goedemorgen. Davy, goedemorgen. Davy Melis has been a member now for 2 months and he is celebrating. Congratulations and thank you so much, Davy. Hope that everything in the lounge still is to your satisfaction. If anything needs to be improved, let me know and I'll get on it to see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. And that also goes for Bram Rijntjes, who is celebrating 6 months. 6 months flew by. Keep up the good work. I will definitely do my best, mate. Thank you so much for the kind words and for the support thus far. Like I said before to Davey, and which I'm saying to everybody who is celebrating a membership anniversary, if you have suggestions for improvements, let me know. Gaswee is coming to town. EasyJet arriving from Bristol. Atlas is out of holding. Thank you, Sander. Sander, goedemorgen, kerel. Good to see ya. Are you coming over today? Peter, goedemorgen. Sico, Sasha, goedemorgen. Ricardo, goedemorgen, kerel. Ciao, Gilberto. Come stai? Manzi, good morning. Nielsje, goedemorgen. Marjan, goedemorgen. Mara Naomi, goedemorgen. B-Dubs, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. So, yeah. Over here, Gary Greben's mate. Interestingly, they're swimming around what used to be the Coot's nest, I think. Or at least, the Coot was very defensive when Daisy Duck stranded there a couple of weeks back. The goose and the geese and the goslings should also be there. At least the parent geese are over there. So the goslings are probably in the vicinity as well. Lot up next, Embraer 190. Always a lot to see, arriving from Warsaw. Splima. Ah, perfetto. Reno, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome to the show, one and all. Right, the big hitters are also coming. I'm still missing visibility on the third airplane on the glide slope. That's Air Europa arriving from Madrid, and normally speaking, I should be expecting it lower at the horizon. So that's number 2. This is number 1. Question is, are the clouds that you see in the backdrop in the way? And will we otherwise have been able to see it already? Or is it just too low, too far away, still below the buildings? SAS Flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm, A320neo. Ari, Fast Ari, good morning. Gamer, goedemorgen. Ramon, goedemorgen. Ivo, good morning. Van Basler, good morning, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. KLM Flight 736 up next. 777-300 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao is number 2, or at least what's now number 2 visible, yeah. So it's pretty high already. I suspect that we weren't able to see Air Europa before because the clouds may have been in the way. That may well be the case. KLM Flight 736 arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. It's a 777-300 the PHBVW. 8 hours 22 minutes the journey. 5-year-old airplane. First flight January 2021. Yayodi, good morning. Mr. Mika, good morning. Adri, goedemorgen. So the first queen is already coming this way, ladies and gentlemen. Sit back and relax. Got a few coming today. If I counted correctly, 4 747s and then the A380. Hans, goedemorgen. Grover, goedemorgen. Davey says, I saw the Warner Brothers livery from Etihad take off from Brussels on Thursday. Pretty plain. I think I saw a picture of that as well before. That is a lovely airplane. Over here, recently we had the Dreamliner from Etihad with the Formula One livery. That's potato. That's peanuts in comparison with I think that Warner Brothers. Also, pity that Brussels Airlines isn't flying to Amsterdam. The special liveries, that Tintin special livery is quite something, with the rocket on the bottom of the fuselage as well. Absolutely lovely. Hey Europa, Dreamliner arriving from Madrid. The sun is shining abundantly on it, even though the backdrop is still cloudy. I will show you the big picture in a moment. It is opening up. It's opening up a bit more slowly than during previous days, but things are clearing up. Hey Richard, good morning mate. Svenno, goedemorgen. Henrik, Roberto, ciao ragazzi. Robert, good morning. Halima Rijke, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, everybody. Big picture overview. Looking to the north, it looks like this. West currently looks like this. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? The east currently a bit cloudy, as is the south. But the southwest, the glide slope of Kaagbaan is actually the most cloudy right now. So if I zoom in and I show you guys the glide slope, it looks a bit grimmer than it actually is over here. I'm standing in the sunshine. There you go. Even 2 Tintin liveries, and both aren't flying to Amsterdam. Wouldn't that have been something if yesterday, because of the fog, one of those Tintins had to divert to AMS. Nice surprise visitor. Only when shit is going down on other airports are we going to get lucky. We need fog or a power outage, just like with Heathrow last year, which also resulted in a couple of visitors to Schiphol that we normally would never see. I was so surprised when I was driving, in that period I was driving up the A4 highway, and alongside the highway you have a couple of parking aprons, and I saw Malaysian Airways over there. I thought, huh? Have they resumed their service to Amsterdam? I thought they stopped after MH, what was it again, the flight number? But it was a power outage. It was supposed to go to London. Als favorite Voiling. I was walking up there and I was still pretty far away, and then the Tour de France 2026 livery that we also saw yesterday on taxi landed here. So it is at Schiphol again. With a little bit of luck we might be able to catch a glimpse of it again. Atlas just came over Katwijk with wing fluff. Wind fluff. Nice. It's now number 2 on final. Let's turn around. RDM, goedemorgen. Carol in the world, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. The first queen of the show is out there. If you guys have been enjoying the show so far, don't forget to leave a like if you want to help this channel grow. We have Norwegian over here in the foreground. Now, narrow bodies preceding quads never get much love here at AMS, and that's no exception for this Norwegian. Mrs. Professor also back in the chat. Good to see you. Perfect timing. Michael, good morning. Welcome back, mate. Perfect timing. Hey there, Stefan. Good morning, mate. For you too, I say perfect timing. Welcome to the show, everybody. This is Atlas Air, flight 5421. It's a 7478 arriving from Miami. Happy to see you guys. 8 hours, 22 minutes. The journey has lasted. The registration is the November 858 Gin Tonic. 14-year-old airplane. First flight December 2011. And it is the first of, I counted 4 that are coming this way. Henk, goedemorgen. William, goedemorgen. Stefan, mate, what are you doing? Stefan Tudor just went ahead gifting 5 memberships. Absolutely amazing. A warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines to the new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Stefan and enjoy those 34 custom emojis. Extremely generous by Stefan Tudor. 5 memberships gifted just now. Welcome to the Skylines new members. And Stefan, thank you so much, mate. You really didn't have to do that. Reversers, question mark? No. Idle reverse landing. Oh! Oh! Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Belated deployment of the reverse thrust there. Not very typical, but it does happen every now and then. Should make a 180 and come back on the right hand side for a long distance headshot in a few moments. And welcome to everybody who joined. Bus also back, celebrating 11 months of membership, almost a year. Minimums proceed. Absolutely lovely, Bus. Hope everything in the lounge has been to your satisfaction in the last 11 months. If you have suggestions for improvements, do let me know and I'll get on it to see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. EHAM, Kilroy, goedemorgen. South Island Aviation, Snackback, goedemorgen, good morning. Welcome one and all. Martin van den Berg, goedemorgen. Christa, good morning. Martin, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen, good morning. Hi Patrick, me myself. Hey Liewe, goedemorgen kerel. Philip, goedemorgen. Jay, good morning. Mr. Remy is also present again. Welcome back one and all. So that's the first of 4 747s. 3 more are coming. The A380 is a bit late today. KLM 7879. Exception to the KLM rule of flight numbers with airplane types that are flown by different airplane types. This is one that my OCD heart is happy about. It's KLM flight 879. And it's a Dreamliner 7879. Have a look. Poetry in motion. It's the one exception to the rule. Usually flights like 787 are being flown by Airbuses or something else. But this one, the flight number and the airplane type match. Love it. Returning from Geo, National Geographic, Georgetown. Sasha, goedemorgen. M. Eijsten, goedemorgen. Jas, goedemorgen. Natasha, goedemorgen. Is the sun shining in Almelo as well? Do we have representatives in the north as well? Yesterday and the days before. Well, no, yesterday you guys had sun in the north. The days before it was just the north that was still cloudy. The rest of the country basking in sunshine already. Next arrival behind me approaching is Delta Airlines flight 56, arriving from Utah, Salt Lake City. A330neo. Air Canada flight 900 arriving from Montreal next after that. Yuri, goedemorgen. Ah, Friesland, perfect. Thanks, Grover. In the north, looking good. Let's turn around Delta Airlines Flight 56, arriving from Salt Lake City. Hey there, Queenie. And the sun is shining in Groningen, Patrick says. Happy to hear that, guys. Audi also confirming Groningen in the sun. Over here, we're also once again in the sun, but there are still a few clouds here that are obscuring the sunshine every now and then. The MPS is also over here. And we have a good view on her from here. Looks to be the airplane closest by over here on the cargo apron. Alan, good morning, mate. What up? What is up? Good to see you again, mate. Hope all's well on your end. Nico, goedemorgen. Gertin, goedemorgen. Near Almelo in the house. Let's turn around. Air Canada Flight 900, arriving from Montreal, up next. If anything interesting overhead passes by in my vicinity, let me know. Not all parts of the sky are open yet, but it is opening up, so do let me know. Air Canada Flight 900, arriving from Montreal. Bank robber, hide the money. So 1747 down, 3 more to go. Turkish up next, Turkish Flight 1951, which is arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. That's an A330-200. For those of you joining later, let's have a quick look on Flight Radar again to see what we can expect. Cargolux number 1, oh no, Atlas Air number 1 after 1 lap in holding. Just now landed here. The next 747 is already in the vicinity of Person-Chester. Cargolux arrived from Miami. It should be here in 40 minutes. Quite a few 747s still coming. Those are all expected for later today. This one too, 5 p.m. This one we should still be able to see. Expected around 2:01 arriving from Miami. We also have Cargolux arriving from Nairobi. That should be here at 12:18. At the time, only one runway should be open for arrival. So that's a candidate for the Kaagbaan as well. And then, of course, Emirates, which, is now making up time. When I checked shortly before going live, its ETA was 2:18. It made up half an hour all of a sudden. With an ETA of between 1 and 2, it might be going to 36 right, but we should still be able to see it from here. Yesterday, of course, we had a premature closure of the runway here. There wasn't a lot of wind. The wind was variable in direction. Today, luckily, like I said yesterday, you need to have more pronounced wind, and today we have that. The wind is pronouncedly directional, and the direction is right from the northeast. Headwind for airplanes landing, so I am expecting the Kaagbaan to be the primary runway for arrivals all throughout the upcoming hours. Turkish number 1, A330-200. Turkish A330-200 number 2 is right there, turning in. Gear still up. That's Turkish cargo probably, isn't it? Looking at the flight number, yeah, it is. So 2 consecutive Turkish A330-200s landing here. The one just now was passenger, this one is cargo. In the meantime, a very good morning to all who joined. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. If you're enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. Erik, goedemorgen. Juri, goedemorgen. Javi, goedemorgen. Eddie, good morning. Marcel, goedemorgen. Kennis Chef Chris, good morning mate, welcome back. If you joined us only minutes ago, you may have missed the first landing, the landing of the first 747 already. There are 3 more underway. The next one will be here in just over half an hour, around 10:30. Flying in the vicinity of Person-Chester right now. So much heat wave distortion already. It's not even that warm. That's the thing. Karsten, guten Morgen. Herzlich willkommen. Schönen Sonntag. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Quite a few people are watching. And AMS Live is renowned for its friendly audience, so don't be afraid to say hi. Don't be afraid to ask questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question. Saeem, goedemorgen. Good morning. Tuning in from Pakistan. I didn't read the message. Just saw a new name. Thought I'd say hi, but good morning. Goedemorgen is good morning in Dutch. Matthijs, goedemorgen. Naam is Erik Evers. That's an easier name than the username. Goedemorgen Erik. Arthur, bom dia. Hey Maxime, goedemorgen. Welcome back. Were you in time to see the first 747 already, or did you miss it? Good morning, leave me alone. Good morning, Mirjella. Hey Klaus, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. Turkish cargo, flight 6411 arrived from Istanbul, Turkey. 3 hours and 8 minutes on the way. Flight time usually is around 3 hours, so this is ballpark nominal. Still wheeling. Boom. No need to ask why A330s are considered to be butter machines. Yep, there definitely was a 747 already, Maxime. There are 3 more underway. The next one will be here in 35 minutes, so don't you worry. Should still be plenty more to see. Jero, goedemorgen. RDM, good morning. Tuning in from California. Good morning. De Blom, goedemorgen. Chinese A330 should be flying downwind over there, right from Chengdu in China. I saw it a moment ago. Oh yeah, near the lantern, there it is. More cargo, A330s coming this way. It's going to be preceded by an EasyJet A319 arriving from London Luton. So if you are Luton intolerant, word of warning, it might invoke cramps. Best to look away or grab a fresh cup of coffee or tea. EasyJet flight 22515 up next. Delta Airlines flight 74 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, also coming this way, should be in the vicinity of Norfolk right now. And I think it's going to be next after the A319. Makes me wonder if the Chinese A330 also is going to have to let the KLM A330 ahead of it. We'll find that out soon enough. Artjoom, goedemorgen. Henk, goedemorgen. AC878. Guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Happy Sunday to everybody. Hope you're doing well. It's the 26th, the day before King's Day. Tomorrow it's a national holiday here in the Netherlands, celebrating the birthday of our king, William Alexander of Orange. While EasyJet is arriving, we have another long distance headshot behind us. The Turkish cargo A330 has turned and is now taxiing the last bit to its apron over there. Chris Coot is also over here in the water doing morning cardio, or, well, mimicking a grebe, diving under as soon as I point the camera to it. Air China Cargo seems to be coming next after Delta, and then KLM will follow, and by the looks of it, after the KLM A330 there is also a KLM Dreamliner. EasyJet flight 22515, arriving from London Luton, A319. Huh? Slight wobble there shortly before main gear touchdown. Interesting. Area 52 is coming to town. Entering the Resa. The flashing knobs. Nice. I think you already saw me filming him. Meanwhile, a massive big thanks to RDM for your super sticker of a heart. Thank you so much, mate. Much appreciated. Didn't have to use a super sticker to do that, but thank you. Glad to hear you're enjoying. Hope everybody is. This is Delta Airlines Flight 74, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. It's an A330-300, and I see that there's a busiest turning final for 36 right. So either that busiest is going to land on 36 right, or more likely, it's going to do a breakaway landing to 04. Nico, goedemorgen. Marco, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're still watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. The first 747 of the show already landed. There are 3 more underway. The next one will be here in half an hour. This is the A330 cargo from Air China, arriving from Chengdu, which we saw on the downwind not too long ago. There should be a KLM A330 somewhere behind it. Oh yeah, there it is. That's arriving from Edmonton, Canada. After this KLM A330, a KLM 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena in Colombia. Hardly ever do you see an A330 crash into the landing, into the tarmac really hard. Almost always extremely gentle and controlled. Bom dia, San Marcos. San Marcos. Indeed, Maxime, still waiting for the first smiling Chinese cargo plane. They all seem to be grumpy. Alright, here's the bizjet. Is it going to do a breakaway or not? Evo Sky, arriving from Karlsruhe. Interesting. Embraer Phenom 300, 13 years old, first flight 2013 somewhere. Surely it's going to do a breakaway. That's not going to use 36 right, is it? Yeah, it's starting to turn. It's initiating. It's initiating the breakaway. The fact that we can still see it says it all. Nice combo shot with the Martin Air MPS. Great. Excellent. Now there's a pretty airplane to be having in your foreground while landing. Arthur, goedemorgen. Welcome to the show. Everybody else who also joined in the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're at the Kaagbaan, where the sun is starting to shine more and more. Arrivals, once again, the wind today is a bit more pronounced than it was yesterday, so if all is well, we should have no surprises with runway use. The first 747 already landed, and this is KLM, flight 676. Quite a few A330s we've seen already in the show. Gentle, 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 gentle. Gentle's the name of the game for the A330 pilots. And there's our Chinese A330. Thibault, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. The next Cargolux is going to cross over the Gulf of Yorkshire in a moment. It should be here around 10:30. Cargolux arriving from Nairobi is flying over Greece. We have more underway. Emirates made up a lot of time. This morning I checked shortly before going live, its ETA was set at 2:18, and now last time we checked it was 1:50. Making it all of a sudden a candidate for the Aalsmeerbaan, runway 36 right. And that was KLM flight 749, returning from Cartagena, which is in Colombia, right next to a country called Ecuador! Oh? That was me putting on the zoom lever accidentally. BA up next, flight 430, arriving from London Heathrow, A320. Hey Maat, goedemorgen. Jellis, goedemorgen. Chandrosek, goedemorgen kerel. Welcome to the show, everybody. If you joined only just now, you may have missed the first 747 of the show already. There are 3 more underway. The next one will be right here on this runway in 20 minutes, 20, 22, 25, around 10:30. It's narrow bodies for the time being, at least 4. But KLM Flight 592 also flying just north of The Hague towards Leiden. So I'm thinking, will that be landing here before Croatia Airlines? It's always hard to estimate if the airplanes on downwind will be here first, or if the ones that are already coming straight in will be here first. BA and EasyJet will at least land before the 777 will. Let's see what else is coming in. Zooming out a little. Tarom. Oh, LATAM Airways is coming. KLM 598 is also coming from Cape Town. 787-10 arrival from Austin, also underway. Right, looks like we're going to have a nice mix of narrow bodies and wide bodies here in the next few minutes. British Airways Flight 430 arrival from London Heathrow. It's an A320. Sounds like it was using the reverses a little. The Chinese A330 in the meantime parking right there behind the MPS. Is this Silkway? Silkway? Question mark. Atlas, KLM, Qatar. Turkish? Yeah, Turkish. Robert, good morning. Robert wonders if anything in from South Africa. Yeah, absolutely. Both from Johannesburg and from Cape Town. The triples returning are in Dutch airspace already. They're landing here pretty soon. Mary Naomi says 747 around 14 hours from Miami will that land at Kaagbaan. Well, if always, well, it should stay open here as primary runway, considering that we now have wind from the northeast. We have more pronounced wind than we had yesterday. Obviously, things can always change here at Schiphol, but normally speaking, everything arriving from Miami should be landing here, regardless of the time. The glide slope shots zoomed in still look shitty, but big picture wise, yeah, there's a bit of clouds over there, but over here it's mostly open. Over here, pretty open. Looking above Schiphol, it's pretty open, so it's not as bad as it looks when I'm zoomed in, looking at the glide slope from afar. The weather looks worse than it is when zoomed in constantly. Good morning, Leveled. Good morning, Annie and Mocha. Ronald, goedemorgen. Doing well, thank you for asking, mate. Izzy, good morning, mate. Or at least, good evening for you. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you for featuring Russell Crowe the other day. You're welcome, mate. If I see him again, I'll feature him again. Now, I'm not sure what I am featuring over there, but there is a bird in the grass, and I'm thinking, is that Donald or is that... It's Donald and Daisy. They weren't here when I walked up here. They must have gone on to land as I was already set up here. What? They're even napping. How did that happen? There were people behind me earlier. They seem to have gone. Interesting. The cargo plane next to Atlas is National. Ah, thank you, Peter. I wasn't sure. thought, oh, something blue. Probably Silkway then. National. Well, there you go. Let's turn around quickly. KLM flight 592 is next. That's arriving from Johannesburg, and that's in South Africa. Hadirom, goedemorgen. Feestje morgen, says Jas. Party tomorrow. Yep, it's King's Day tomorrow, the national holiday celebrating the birthday of King William Alexander. Whoa, have a look. More duckies on the move. Razor, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. In the meantime, you're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy, and if you joined us only just now, you missed out on the first 747 already. There is another one expected in 15 minutes from now, but the first 747 of the show has already touched down here. After the next 747, there are 2 more underway, 4 in total, before the A380 will land. The A380 is expected shortly before 2, last time I checked. Transavia with their updated livery, boulder font, and the engines and tail all green with the exception of the T, the white T. It's a subtle change, but once you know where to look, you'll see it immediately, you'll recognize it immediately. Bastiaan, goedemorgen. And good morning everybody else. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help tremendously to bring in more people in the future and help the channel grow. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory. You can also just sit in Lurker's Lounge and watch the show without saying anything, but it's always appreciated if people say hi. Don't be afraid to do so. Also, if you have any questions, feel free to shoot. Many people are watching together, you know, quite a lot, and will happily try to answer any questions you might be having. There's no such thing as a stupid question. 2 airplanes on the glide slope. Croatia Airlines flight 450 arriving from Zagreb up first. And a wide body behind it. That's KLM flight 668 arriving from Austin, Texas. Hey, thanks for the kind words, Bastiaan. Bastiaan says, I enjoy your video a lot in Dutch. Thank you so much, Bastiaan. Happy to hear that. A220 arriving from Zagreb. With the whistle, the geared turbofan whistle that you also hear when an E2 Embraer from KLM passes by. They're not exactly the same engines, but they are of the same family. Oh, forgot to say, indeed, thanks for the addition, John. We are good at stupid answers, so if you ask questions, you may get a silly answer, but it's all in good spirits. LATAM Airways is now number 2 to arrive from Sao Paulo. Before that, KLM arriving from Austin in Texas. Here it is. It's flight 668. It's a 787-10. 9 hours and 2 minutes the journey has lasted. It's the PHBKC Bravo Kilo Charlie. That's a 6-year-old specimen hailing from October 2019. Good morning, Carl, who's tuning in from a so far dull West Yorkshire. Hope things will improve soon for you guys over there. Over here, things are opening up, but not as aggressively as it did yesterday and the day before yesterday. On those days, at this time, we would have been basking in the sunshine already. Not today, and also for tomorrow, more clouds are expected, and Monday too. No, it is tomorrow is Monday already. For tomorrow, more cloudiness is expected. Hey Lance, good morning, mate. Welcome back. Hope all is well. If you joined us only just now, you may have missed the first 747 already. That landed pretty in the beginning of the show. I started a bit sooner than normal to make sure we would be able to see it in time. The second 747 should be here in 10 or so minutes. The second of 4. Inimini, goedemorgen. Alperenvener, goedemorgen. Good morning. QJ, goedemorgen. Mutable Dark Wolf, good morning. Welcome one and all. Next up, LATAM Airways, arriving from Sao Paulo, which is in Brazil. That is in Latin America. What? LATAM Airways from Latin America? Who'd thought? Who'd have thought? CCBMA. "11 hours and 7 minutes this flight has lasted." Good morning, Phil. Peter PDK, good morning. All kinds of birds chirping. There seem to be a few in the bush over there. Is that a magpie or hard to see with the backlight? So Daisy and her friend have parked their asses over there and are taking a little nap in the sun. Wake up! They're not hearing me. It's good. He's over there. Next up, KLM Flight 1772, arriving from Berlin. Next arrival from South Africa, KLM 598, 777, arrival from Cape Town. Hadi Halm, goedemorgen kerel, good to see you again. Hope all is well. That's most likely Davey, the duckies are just plainly ignoring me. Plainly, oh. You. Wrong page. They're plainly ignoring me. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Classical Cirrus in the sky over here. Wispy Veil. And high up. This is KLM 598, arriving from Cape Town in South Africa. Flight time nearly 11 hours, 10 hours and 59 minutes. This is the Papa Hotel Bravo Victor Victor. That's nice. We also saw the Victor Whiskey, the airplane that they got after this one, I think. At least to me that would seem logical. Alphabetical order. There's also something with a propeller flying not too far away overhead, but I'm not seeing it. There's also a twin jet contrail passing by overhead, bit to the east. Let's have a look, see what it is, insofar as we can make it out. Oh yeah, 747. 747 of sorts. Which carrier? Ooh, did you guys hear that on the ambient? The wake sounding quite gnarly on this one. Peter PV, good morning. Ralph, guten Morgen, herzlich willkommen. Picacino, good morning. Indeed, lovely weather. For those of you joining us later, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Bo. You may have missed the first 747 already, but the next one should be here pretty soon. Let's have a quick look at flight radar. We can see that the Cargo Lux 747, arriving from Miami, is approaching the coastline. Should be here around 10:33, so that's just minutes away. The next Cargo Lux arriving is from Nairobi and is expected here around 12:18. There's also an Atlas Air still underway, expected shortly before 2 o'clock. And around the same time, I think, yeah, around the same time, 1:54 is the Emirates A380 expected. Transavia Retro is in Portugal, in Faro, and that's expected around 1:25. So that should also be coming this way. So, in other words, still plenty more coming, and if you don't have to be anywhere, sit back and relax, because just like Pokemon over here, we're going to try to catch them all. If you guys have been enjoying the show thus far, consider leaving a like if you want to help this channel grow. It really helps to bring in more people in the future. Tarom will be next. Tarom arriving from Bucharest. Ah, Lufty, thank you for letting us know, Maxime. The bugs are back in town, indeed. Lee, good morning. And Joshi is leaving. Thank you for joining and enjoy the rest of your day. Yeah, the bugs are not immediately overhead. Over here there is a small ditch and a small body of water. That water is always standing still, and I'm thinking those are... that's where the bugs are flying above. They're not over here, luckily. But they can be in the field of view a little. This is Tarom Flight 361, arriving from Bucharest. It's a 737-700. 2 hours 43 minutes the flight time. No Karen cabin in the back by the looks of it. This morning as I was walking up here, I could see the special livery Vueling arrive here. The one that we also saw on taxi for a brief glimpse yesterday. The Vueling A320 in Tour de France 2026 livery. Have a look. Gary Grebe doing a dance with his prospective mate. In the meantime, a massive big thanks to Stefan Tudor für den authentisch sympathischen Spotter. Are you talking about me, mate? or are you super chatting in the wrong channel? Thank you so much, Stefan. Thank you so much. Vielen Dank für deine Unterstützung. Ryan, goedemorgen. Let's see. Kaagbaan has turned downwind. That is somewhere over there, but my camera needs to be in the right focus. There it is. Kaagbaan. There it is. Queen number 2, arriving from Miami, Florida, has turned downwind and is going to be landing here pretty soon. Soon to be landing here. In the meantime, we can enjoy ourselves with more traffic coming this way. Good morning, Dutch avgeek. Good morning to everybody else who may have joined. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It isn't mandatory, but it is always appreciated if people say hi. If you have any questions, do feel free to ask. Many people are watching and together they know quite a lot. Lovely shape of the tree over here. Reminds me a little of my my Japanese maple bonsai. A Jishoyo, which is now beautifully red, really bright red leaves. They turn green in the summer and then turn dark red again in fall. Anybody here also into bonsai by any chance? Aviation Dallas, good to see you again. Welcome back. Marsje, goedemorgen. Lekker weer indeed. It is nice weather. The sun is shining more and more. Temperatures are good if the wind isn't too hard. Almost feels as if the wind is slowing down a little bit compared to what we were used to here in the beginning of the show. Renate, goedemorgen, welcome back. And Marco, thank you so much for your super chat. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get the message across, mate. Topper, tijd voor zonnebrand. Ik denk wel aan je. Thank you so much for the kind words and for thinking about me. Marco is warning me it's time for the sunscreen. Well, believe it or not, I'm still standing here with gloves on. Well, you cannot see because of the focus. Next bottle of sunscreen will be on Marco. Thank you so much for the support, mate. You really didn't have to use the super chat. But you're absolutely right about the sunscreen. Thought about that the other day as well, that I need to put the flask in my bag again. Oh, and Eddie is already starting with an orange tompoes. I ordered a few for tomorrow. Best not to dive in too early. At least not when you're on a diet still. Bugs. Yeah, they're really a few meters away from here. They're not in the immediate vicinity. Hopefully a bit less apparent and obstructive when zoomed out a little bit. Staying zoomed out just a little bit. The 747 is now over Leiden. Well, almost. It's a bit further to the south. But it is on its base leg. Ron, goedemorgen. En eet smakelijk, Eddie. Enjoy. KLM A321neo arriving from London Heathrow, flight 1002. Transavia arriving from Mayon will be next after this. Just curious to see what the wind has been doing. Let me update that meter in the ticker for you guys. The weather report has been updated and is now reporting 5 knots of wind. So the second 747 of the show is approaching, not too far away. Meter in the ticker is now current. Let me see if I can also show you guys what the current status quo is like. Current status quo, over here, the wind is blowing from the northeast. That's good news. Runway 06 is in use, and it means that we have headwind for the runway. 5 knots of wind, not too much, but enough for the Kaagbaan to be the primary runway for today. So, premature ending of the stream due to runway change, like yesterday, is not in the books for today, luckily. Converging arrivals are already beginning. That's a bit early, it's 10:35 and Lufthansa arrived from Frankfurt, just turned onto the glide slope of 36 right. That tells me that they're going to keep 36 right open for an hour probably, from 10:40 until 11:40, and they began a bit early. The second queen of the show is now number 3 on the glide slope. I think is it visible already? Are the clouds in the way? I'm thinking the clouds, oh yeah, the clouds definitely were in the way, because there we didn't see anything yet until just now, so it's definitely still grazing the clouds over there. The clouds are hindering glide slope visibility a little. Looks like it's producing a bit of wing fluff over there as well. Preceding it is KM Malta, that's on the left. There's Transavia arriving from Salzburg. Goedemorgen Donny, and welcome to the show for everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live, my name is Boy. The second queen of the show is over there. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already, if you want to help this channel grow. There are 2 more 747s underway, the A380 is also underway. And the bugs are in the way, but luckily not right above me. There's a little canal, like 10 or so meters away from me. They're hovering over there. That's where you can see them. Over here, much calmer. Okay, Malta. But we're not going to zoom in on that. Just kidding. Of course, airplanes preceding 747s and other quad-engined airplanes don't get much love here. Cargolux doesn't have a flight number, it does have a call sign 81 Tango. 8 hours and 12 minutes on the way. It's a 747-400. Luxembourg registration LX. Lima X-ray. KCL. Kilo Charlie Lima. It's 18 years old. First flight February 2008. It's the smiling face. Once you've seen the smiling face, it's hard to unsee it. Hey, one queen is arriving and the other is leaving. Maxime also noticing. So apparently National is getting pushed back. Hey Danny, goedemorgen. Right in time. That's the second 747 of the show that just now landed here. 2 more are underway, ladies and gentlemen. The A380 will be arriving here as well. Hey, Stephen also back in the chat. Didn't see you there before. Welcome back, mate. Hope all is well. 2 747s in one shot. And we're about to get another twin queen headshot, long distance headshot. That's in the making. Now, unfortunately, ITA is on final to 36 right. ITA flight 108. If converging arrivals would begin at 11, we would have been able to see it over here. Gorgeous 8-20. Instead, we're stuck here looking at 747s. Ugh, old machines, ugh. 4 engines, loud, polluting, ugh. Said nobody who's into aviation ever. Yep, it's one of those 2 queens, 1 shot, money shots again, that you can do from here. LL in the background landing. Is that right 747 already taxiing this way? Because I think I'm hearing it. Means it's probably getting closer by. EasyJet arriving from Milan, landing here. A320neo. Next after that, to land here on the Kaagbaan is a 737 from KLM arriving from Paris. Next after that, the 787-10 arriving from New York. Ooh. I love that there's a mobile toilet in the foreground on the right as well in this shot. It's the quirkiness that makes it a nice picture. Hey Hans, goedemorgen. Now, where do you get to see this on a regular basis? I definitely drink to that. Bottoms up, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, there's a PC-24, Pilatus PC-24, on the glide slope to runway 36 right, arrived from Hamburg. Right. What a lovely sight. Hey Lisa, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Long time no see. That's probably a few hours ago. At least. KLM Flight 644 is up next. Arriving from New York, JFK. It's KLM 100 years 787-10 Dreamliner. Here it is. Flight time 6 hours 25 minutes, the BKA. First flight June 2019. Joey Pitt is celebrating 3 months of membership and he writes never a dull moment. Well, you're not talking about Schiphol, are you then? Definitely some dull moments here at Schiphol, but hopefully not in the stream. Thank you so much for your kind words and for your support, Joey. I hope everything in the lounge is still to your satisfaction. And if not, let me know. Pilatus PC24 also looks to be a tad high. Is it going to do a breakaway as well? I think it might. Is it beginning to bank to the right already a little? Or is it continuing? No, I think it's initiating a turn. Or? Yeah, it's slowly initiating a turn away. Breakaway to 04. Second biz jet that we see doing that. 2 747s have already landed. We're going to see the first one leave pretty soon. Martin Air Cargo is also over here, the MPS. This is National. Hey, Chinese triple is coming this way. The Suparna is going to 36 right. But the other Chinese triple, China Cargo Airlines, is coming this way. What? Now that's interesting, isn't it? They're not doing a runway inspection now, are they? Don't think they are. There doesn't seem to be anything coming this way just at this moment. So that also gives us some time to indulge with Suparna. That is over there. Sadly, Suparna no longer flying 747s to Schiphol, or are they still doing that every now and then? This is the replacement. Now the livery is gorgeous. I've always been a fan of the Suparna livery, but I think it suits the 747 better than the triple. Lighting not optimal, but still we are able to make out some details until buildings get in the way, of course. Should get one more glimpse here. Last glimpse before it's going to land out of sight. And then the rollout we should be able to see again in the background in a moment. Should see that happen in a few moments. We ought to see Suparna rolling out in the background. And the Chinese triple is, the other Chinese triple is coming this way. Really nice. Hey, Ant-Man is also back, who's celebrating his 54th birthday tomorrow. It's not the reason Hollis celebrates only on the 27th, I could be wrong. No, I think there was also something else going on. There was also another reason why the Dutch were celebrating on the 27th. Can't remember what it was, but I'm pretty sure it was something else as well. So, the National 747 is going to cross the runway at some point because it has to leave via one of the runways further to the north. Doesn't look like it's begun to move yet. China Cargo is coming this way, behind us. And behind it is a KLM A330 arriving from Toronto. We also have two duckies over here snoring and ignoring. The Chinese triple, China Cargo Airlines Flight 209, arriving from Shanghai in China. It's now on final, coming this way. Finally a bit of blue in the backdrop of the glide slope as well. Something with king pills, says Davey. Yeah, that might well be the case. It might well be the case. So this is China Cargo Airlines Flight 209, arriving from Shanghai in China. 11 hours and 6 minutes on the way. It's a Boeing 777 freighter, the Bravo 228 Charlie. First flight December 2025. In other words, this airplane really is brand new. National is also on the move. National has begun to move. It's probably going to be crossing the runway when the triple has landed. So let's focus on it first. Indeed, beautiful dark wolf. Normally during sleeping you count sheep, but at Schiphol you count ducks. Absolutely right. Being so brand new, the flap surfaces are KLM-like clean. Quite rare to see on Chinese triples, unless they are really new. And Suparna is also coming back this way. Suparna will make an appearance behind the National 747 that's now taxiing this way. And Hank says that the National landed this morning around 7:30. It was already here when I arrived here. I find it interesting to see that the birds, the aquatic birds, are also on land. Earlier we saw a couple of ducks. Now we can also see that Chris Coot is over there. Those aquatic birds here aren't afraid of humans. Or at least most of them aren't. Now I think that National will have to wait until the A330 arriving behind me is also on the ground, because that's already pretty close by. KLM Flight 696 arriving from Toronto in Canada. Well, and so, oh, and here are the two geese with their 12 youngs. Are they going for the water? The goslings aren't in the water yet, are they? I think that's Gary Grebe or... Right, KLM Flight 696 arriving from Toronto in Canada. A330-300 behind me. So Suparna over there on the left. The Chinese triple is now behind the National. KLM is using the reversers. It's also something that you don't hear every day. Oh! I think National is going for it. Here we go. voyage national. Double triple shot. The cargos who just landed here on 2 different runways actually. Quite nice to see. Mermelnator, guten Morgen, schönen Sonntag, herzlich willkommen. Welcome to the show, everybody else who also joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are here at the Kaagbaan, runway 06. Primary runway for arrivals today. 2 747s have already landed and 2 more are on the way, as is the A380. Embraer 190 arriving from BLQ, Bologna. 2 more 747s on the way, the A380 is on the way. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help the channel grow and reach more people in the future. If you are new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi in the chat. It isn't mandatory to say hi, but it is always appreciated. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Quite a few people are watching and together they know quite a lot. So, looking on Flight Radar right now to see where the next airplanes are at. Here we go. EasyJet, Jesus is flying to Chania from Glasgow. So, Jesus will be blessing us from overhead. The Retro Transavia is returning from Faro and is expected here 1:15. Cargolux is entering Austria and is expected here 1:15 We have Atlas arriving 1:50 from Miami. And 5 minutes to 2, the Emirates A380 is also expected. More is on the way, but that's for later today. That's out of the scope for today's show. 5:13, the KLM cargo is returning. We have Korean cargo around 5:45. Singapore is also approaching. So between 5 and 6, a couple of 747s as well. For now, this is it. Next up is a Dreamliner Air Canada. But before it, KLM flight 1918 arriving from Zurich. That's a 737-700. Jordi, goedemorgen, good to see ya. And welcome to the show, everybody else. Spijker, goedemorgen, good morning. Martin, good morning. Chris Coot is over there. Gary Grebe is over there. Gary and his mates are further along. The geese are too. The geese and the goslings. We haven't seen the goslings yet. Yesterday we saw 12. Pretty awesome. And Mark H just came in with a bang. Mark H gifting 5 memberships. Extremely generous, Mark. Thank you so much. Another Canadian bank robber coming for the money. And again, I hope they'll also bring us some maple syrup. Good stuff. Air Canada. Flight 808. Arriving from Toronto. Reversers still work. No question about that. Oh, what's going on? That was a Jesus move by Chris Coot there. Walking over the water, flapping his wings. Thought he was going to take off, but... What are they doing? Is that a mating dance or is that just them being nasty and territorial? I'm not sure. Could be either of the two. Another Jesus move there. Is this mating or fighting? What are we looking at? What are we looking at? Anyway, Mark H just came in with a bang, gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Mark. That is incredibly generous. You really didn't have to do that, but thank you for doing it anyway. A warm welcome to the Aurora Skylines to the 5 new members who just received a membership from Mark. If you are one of the recipients, don't forget to say thanks. Enjoy the 34 custom emojis now at your disposal. 34 of them, they're all at your disposal without any restraints, so use them however you see fit. Make us laugh with them, get creative with them. But by all means, do use them. They're there for a reason, they're there to be had fun with. Goes for all members, new and old. René, goedemorgen, tuning in from Beerta. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. That was Harry the Heron. Or was that one of the geese? Stay away from the runway. TUI Dreamliner, flight 365 returning from Bonaire. Bonaire. Gary Grebe was also doing a mating dance with his mate. Here he is swimming around. What a lovely bird. The Grebes were very interested in what used to be the Coot's nest. Nobody home? Best be on our way then. Hi flights with Ponique, good morning. Oscar, good morning. Good evening, I should say. Tuning in from down under, Canberra. Welcome back to all. Ibiza Mark, tuning in from Warwick, UK. Still confuses the hell out of me. Ibiza Mark, not tuning in from Ibiza, but from the UK. A warm welcome to all of you. Happy Sunday. And also a massive, massive big thanks to Hold Short and good morning. Hold Short comes in with a bang too, sending 10 memberships, 10 gifted memberships. I still think that sending memberships is strange. It used to be donated or gifted memberships. They're still gifted memberships, 10 of them. Incredibly generous, Hold Short. You really didn't have to do that. Thank you so much for your generosity. Already one of the longest standing members. Hold Short already is one with the coveted 3-year membership badge. As if that isn't enough, 10 memberships, 10 people being gifted a membership for a month. Welcome to the Aurora Skylines, to those 10 new members. Don't forget to say thank you to Hold Short if you are one of the recipients of his gifted memberships. And enjoy the custom emojis. Also, if you think that the custom emojis should stay or part of them should be renewed, head over to the community section for members and vote if you haven't done so already. All members, whether you received a membership or bought one yourself, are eligible to vote. The poll runs until May 9th, so make sure to head over there if you haven't already. Incredible generosity by Hold Short just now. Thank you so much, mate. You really didn't have to do that, but thank you so much for doing it anyway. And a warm welcome to the 10 new members who just received a gifted membership from Hold Short. Incredible. Geared turbofans have typical sounds. They make a whistle sound when they pass you by. or at least the airplanes equipped with geared turbofan engines. And when spooling up and down, they also make that well sound. It carries quite far, so whenever the Kaagbaan is in use for arrivals and there's an E2 coming or there's an A220 on final and they throttle up or down, we almost always hear it whenever we're at home. Indigo is landing on the wrong runway, unfortunately. It's now on final to 36 right, arrival from Mumbai in India. Here it is. Indigo Flight 21, 7879 Dreamliner, operated by Norse. Livery does say Indigo still. 9 hours, 37 minutes on the way. This is the Lima November Romeo. It's an 8-year-old Dreamliner hailing from July 2017. Iberia A320neo arriving from Madrid, in the meantime landing here behind me. That's the final glimpse that we can see of it. It's my dance craze, buddy. Forever trance, mate. Oh, I also love trance. Have you been to the Luminosity Beach Festival here in the Netherlands? I think that's a week or at least a long weekend of just trance DJs spinning on the beach here. Russell says hi to everybody. Russell Crowe tuning in. And Paul is back in the chat as well. Good to see you, Paul. Hope all is well. Welcome to the show, everybody else. So if you only joined us just now, you may have missed two 747s already. The next one is expected here in, I think, an hour or so. Or shortly before. Was it shortly before or afternoon? I don't remember. Round 12. Russell is enjoying. Yes! He's saying if you guys are enjoying the stream, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help the channel grow. Russell wants a bigger audience. The ducks don't care. They're just continuing their sleep. Their beauty sleep. Hey Louise, goedemorgen, good morning. Dans, goedemorgen, good to see ya. It's 11:07 and that should mean we're around halfway through the hour that converging arrivals are busy, are active, are commencing, are in progress. English is still failing. I need a sip of vodka in a moment. From 10:40 until 11:40 today, they started soon, early. They began at 10:35 or so. Around 10:35, the first airplane 236 right was already on the glide slope. Hopefully they'll end it early, but worst case it should still continue for another half hour or so. Means that everything arriving from the east should be landing on 36 right, and everything arriving from the west and from the south usually gets assigned runway 06. And then from 11:40 approximately until 1 o'clock, it should be just runway 06, the runway we are standing right next to. Above and beyond isn't really trance, at least not these days, is it? I consider them more to be progressive or melodic, maybe melodic techno a little bit, but more progressive if anything. Still, I enjoy listening to them as well. Ziggo Dome is also nice. Been there a few times. When I was living in Amsterdam, I used to live a stone's throw away from the Ziggo Dome. So, actually one time when Above and Beyond were performing there, a mate of mine was there and he was enjoying the party, and I was like, well, maybe I'd better come over then, and had a look on Ticket Swap and could purchase a ticket still for extremely cheap, and went over there just on a whim. Lovely evening that was. Anyway, it's narrow bodies for the time being. It's always narrow bodies o'clock. Before it's wide bodies o'clock again. Right now we're looking at KLM flight 1070 arriving from Southampton, and Embraer 175. Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier in Morocco. We'll be next after that. And United with a 767. Now number 2 for the Kaagbaan, arriving from Houston. Nice. I'm curious, let's have another look. My memory is not what it used to be, so let's have a quick look on Flight Radar to see where the airplanes of interest are at. Well, Jesus is flying to Chania, flying above the Netherlands, at least the northerly islands. Cargo Lux is in the vicinity of where Wolfgang lives, in Austria. Should be here around an hour or so from now. Transavia Retro is also coming back around 1:16. We can expect it to be landing here. Atlas is arriving a few minutes to 2, and the Emirates is now having an ETA of the same time. That's going to be interesting. Hopefully we'll be able to catch both of them and not have to hurry, because they will probably land on 2 separate runways. One on 06 and the other on 36 right. Here's our glide slope with Air Arabia Morocco arriving from Tangier. And United Airlines flight 20 arriving from Houston behind it. Yurding is celebrating 4 months of membership. If I recall correctly, you just received a gifted membership from Mark H, didn't you? Enjoy King's Night and King's Day, he writes. Absolutely, you're right, mate. Absolutely. King's Night in Amsterdam is quite busy. If you go to the Jordan area, it's you have to walk over the people to get from A to B. Moving through the crowds is near impossible. What strikes me most is that there are sometimes still car drivers who try to drive their car through the audience. They actually think they can get through with their cars. King's Night is something that is also becoming ever more of a thing. And of course King's Day. I think the king is going to Friesland, right? Me and Lisa were zapping yesterday evening, and we came through. We stumbled across Friesland Omroep Friesland, where they still speak Frisian. It's interesting because a lot of it is almost understandable, and then some words are totally incomprehensible. Then all of a sudden you hear a normal Dutch word in between. It's a very interesting type of language. Then we saw the weather. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's almost as if it was British. Or English, I should say. Russell is over here, scavenging. United Airlines Flight 20, a 767-300. Yep, Dokkum in Friesland. Thought I also saw that on Omroep Friesland. The reversers still work on the 767. Absolutely lovely. Jimmy, good morning. Mackie, good morning. Dick, goedemorgen. Stephen wonders what zapping is. We call flicking through through the channels on your TV. We call that zapping in Dutch, which is a different meaning than it is in English. Basically, just checking out what's on TV, browsing the channels. In Dutch, we call that zappen. Z-A-P-P-E-R-N. Nice glide slope shot. We saw the small Embraer 190 from KLM turning in, becoming third to land here. Number 2 is Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And here in the foreground we have another KLM Embraer 190, arriving from Brussels, Flight 1704. Half an hour of flight, I think. 23 minutes even. That's incredibly little. Short flight, 10-year-old airplane. I wonder what the cruising altitude was for this flight. Probably 20-25K. Something like that. Hey Aloetje, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. John says we used to call the TV remote control the zapper when we were kids. Well, I think that might also be where our term zapping comes from. Steven says I'm trying to think of what Americans call that. Yeah, because zapping of course means something different in real English. We use an English word but with a different meaning than it has in the English language, which is also quite interesting. Normally speaking, we just borrow the words and they have the same meaning, but this is one that's the exception to the rule. We say zapping, but we mean something else than when it's used in the English language. This is Delta Airlines Flight 162, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's an A330neo, 8 hours and a minute on the way. The November 406 Delta X-Ray, 6 years old, first flight April 2020. And finally, Han, congratulations. I already announced it earlier in the week. This week, Han Hendricks, who was going to be the next member to receive his 3-year membership badge, and you'll see Roy Oerlemans also returning to the chat soon, because one of these days he'll also receive that badge. He's next after Han. So Han has turned in the 3-year member. His badge has turned into the 3-year membership badge, I should say. 36 months, a member, and a new shiny badge for you, Han. Time flies when you're having fun, or none. That's right, in both cases. Well, Han, thank you so much for the support. I'm happy to see that another member has turned in a new color. I hope you're going to like it. Thank you so much for the long-standing support. It's always a pleasure to have you in our chat, in our midst. And I hope you'll keep coming back for more to come. And I hope it will be in the lounge, but if not, that's also perfectly fine. And if you have any suggestions for improvements, do let me know. That goes for all members, new and old, but do let me know if there's something you think should be improved. Hope your recovery is going well, Han. In the meantime, also, Jonesy Boy back in the chat. Eddie says, badges of 3 years look awesome. Wait till you see the 4-year and 5-year badges. I think those look even better. At the time I made those badges, those first few badges, it was until 3 years. I was able to make the badges for 4 and 5 years later, because that was a newer addition to the possibilities list of YouTube, so to speak. Thought I would make something with a gradient, because back at the time I made it, the orange sprite still had the gradient from orange to blue. So I still remember it was inspired by the orange sprite, but the colors aren't exactly the same. And in the meantime, the A350 is arriving. Corendon, flight 5990, arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao, an A350. 8 hours, 12 minutes on the way. The EC-NTB, 4 years old. First flight April 2022. Slowly but steadily, I'm happy to hear that, Han. Can take a long time to recover. As long as you keep making progress, that's the most important thing. Doesn't matter how quickly it goes, it never goes too quick. Or quick enough, I should say. As long as you keep moving in the right direction, that's the most important thing. Now, and in the meantime, Lisa is also celebrating. Lisa de Buizer, 1997. A member for 22 months, 22 problems, but not being a member ain't one. Well. Congratulations, Lisa. That calls for a celebratory meal, doesn't it? What could we eat that we both enjoy eating to celebrate 22 months of membership? Let me think hard about that. It's always a pleasure to have you in our midst. Even more so when you come join me when I go out streaming. To you too, I say, Lisa, thank you for the support and thank you so much for your company. always there in the chat or at home. Now, I'm pretty sure that if you have any suggestions for improvements for the lounge, you'll let me know. Wilma also back in the chat. Good to see ya. Ivo, good morning, and welcome to the show, everybody else. Brussels sprouts. That's good. That's good. A good idea. Yeah. Yeah. No, we do have to. We do have to process the batch of Brussels sprouts that we have lying in the fridge, but chocolate. There you go, Stephen. Now you're thinking. That's exactly what I was also thinking about. Chocolate or something made of potatoes. We still need to have a go at making our own chips, our potato chips. Crisps, I mean. Of course, making fries is also something we still need to do at some point. Still on a diet, so let's not talk too much about unhealthy food items. Hey, Remy is also back. Good to see you again, Remy. Vodka, indeed. That's also a good idea. We can celebrate with vodka, which is also made from potatoes. All good stuff in life is made of potatoes. Vodka, crisps, fries. Anyway, for those of you who joined just now and are thinking, have we entered a cooking channel? No, you haven't. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at the Kaagbaan. Runway 06, primary runway for arrivals. And if all is well, in around 15 minutes from now, once again, the only runway for inbound traffic. Converging arrivals are in progress right now. That means 2 runways are open. Whose headings intersect, so the airplanes flying in are at collision course at some point, which is why it is very important to pace the landings so that if any airplane on either of the runway needs to make a go around, they aren't going to crash into a landing airplane on the other runway. That's why I call them converging arrivals. If the 2 runways for arrivals currently open are used in the other direction for departures, it's of course diverging departures. It's expected to last until approximately 11:40, and then from 11:40 until 1 o'clock, once again the runway we are standing next to is going to be the only run open. 2 747s have already landed here today. There are 2 more underway. The Emirates A380 is underway. The Retro Transavia is underway as well. And those are all expected before 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. local time. The next 747 is expected in 15 minutes from now, around 12:15, arriving from the southeast. Cargo Lux arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. The next 747 after that is expected shortly before 2 o'clock. Around that time the A380 is also expected. Both the A380 and an Atlas Air 747 expected shortly before 2 o'clock. Between 1 and 2, the same runways as are open for arrivals right now will be open by then. And indeed, Han, a healthy person can have 1,000 wishes, an ill person will only have 1 wish. Your 2 most prized possessions are your time and your health, so take good care of both of them. Here and there, controls to be seen. Things are opening up. It's happening more slowly than yesterday, but have a look. This is looking to the southwest. This is the west. This is the north. This is the east. And lastly, this is the south. If you heard a young child just now, there are 2 walking there, or just 1. No, there is a second one. It's probably the one on the right that you heard, maybe, for a brief moment, as they were walking past behind me. No airplanes over there. Motorcycles on the highways over there somewhere. Twin jet control coming my way. Arriving from the southwest. Oh, that looks pretty yellowy. Is that a DHL A300? Almost looks like it, doesn't it? Or at least from what I could see out here. Are there more wide bodies coming this way? You might be wondering. Yes. Airplane number 2 for the Kaagbaan is in the vicinity of Leiden. That's a 777. KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City. The geese are over there. I haven't seen the goslings yet. Yesterday we saw 12. And I'm wondering if they are still there. I hope and assume they are. Well, it's hard to see. If they were to go into the water again like they did yesterday, we would be able to see them quite well and count them to see if they're still complete. Livre Koshi, good morning. Mrs. Professor says the time has flown by. It's time for bed now. Hope everyone has a good day and see you next time. Well, thank you for joining, Mrs. Professor. Sleep well. Hopefully see you again on Thursday, weather permitting. Weather should be good. At least that's what things look like right now. Oh, shoot. Once again, issues with the chat. Had to scroll laterally and now I'm no longer being able to go to the bottom of the chat. So let's see if we can just reload the page. Does that work? Yeah. It's the live chat again open. Top chat to live chat. Zoom in a little if possible. Oh, new. Yes, no. Now the pop-up keeps opening to add people as moderator. It's really annoying. Yeah, still not working. Better try again. Copy the URL. Let's close this window. Open up a new window. Paste the URL. Go from top chat to live chat. God damn it. Yeah, so I'm at the bottom, but I think there's a pop-up open. Nope. Right. Think the chat is still updating. Yeah, see new messages appearing, so it looks like things are working again. The chat is very finicky on my phone. If you guys write long messages and I have to scroll laterally to read the entire message, sometimes it can happen that I'm not able to go back to the bottom of the screen and again and I have to reload the chat window. Sometimes takes a few iterations. DTM, Deutsche Tourwagenmeisterschaft, Tour Car Championship in Germany, or at least a German championship. Are all the mods still accounted for? We haven't lost anyone in the process just now, have we? Right, the sun is out and it's warming up nicely. I just took off my fingerless gloves. Before you know it, we'll have to resort to using sunscreen. The duckies are also awake and are eagerly awaiting the arrival of KLM Flight 758. You can just see the enthusiasm oozing out of their feathers. This is KLM Flight 758 arriving from Panama City, 777-300 9 hours and 17 minutes on the way. The PHBVR Bravo Victor Romeo, 9 years old, first flight May 2016. It's 11:34 and the closure of the secondary runway is upon us. Won't be much longer. Howdy Patrick, goedemorgen, good morning. Kevin, good morning. Welcome to the show. So, one of the last airplanes to 36 right is over there. KLM flight 1216, returning from Stockholm. It's not going to be the very last airplane, but definitely one of the last ones for now. That's not an airplane getting pushed back, is it? Or... no, it is. It most certainly is. Is that the Qatar? I think it is. It's also GE90 starting. Quite a distinct sound. Okay, left at 1788 is the last plane for 36 right. Thank you, Marissa. Qatar triple getting pushed back on its way out. Probably on its way to the Kaagbaan. And where have the two duckies that were here a moment ago gone to? Don't see them in the water. I'm also not seeing them here in the grass. They must have flown off in the meantime. GE90 number 2 being started. Hope the microphone is able to pick the mic, the sound of the engine starting up. Over here, the wind is carrying it our way. Qatar on its way out, and KLM on its way in. First arrival, number 175, arriving from Humberside, and after that, a Dreamliner arriving from LAX. Floaty. So, 3 heavies in a row Marissa is warning us for. And it's KLM, Delta and KLM. 78710, followed by an A330neo, followed by another 78710. Nice. Adi says GE90 starting a horrible sound when you're inside the plane. You think so? I thought it was. Wasn't too bad. It was. I thought, hey, I recognized the sound when it was happening when I was on board. Or are you talking about the volume, just it being loud? 2 airplane glide slope shot with Delta Airlines Flight 48 arriving from New York in the background. This is KLM Flight 604 arriving from LAX. Hey. And then Brer 175 arriving from Bremen is approaching the Kaagbaan but from the north. We'll be passing over Schiphol. Just not as buttery as A330s, is it? There's something about those A330s, they always touch down so gradually. First the back wheels of the main gear, then the front wheels, and then usually after a wheelie, the nose gear. Here's the Embraer 175 on its downwind leg to runway 06. That's an arriving airplane which is going to be landing here pretty soon. Northerly approach going over the airfield. And now west of us, northwest. Hey Jean-Yves, salut mon ami, good to see you again. Elwa, goedemorgen, good morning and welcome back. Delta up next, flight 48, arriving from New York, A330neo, and after that another KLM 78710. Arriving from Vancouver. Yeah, the wind and the air temperature are still a bit cool. I think I am going to put the fingerless gloves on again. Better too warm than too cool. Must retain flexibility in my digits. John says I like the GE90 distinct rumble. I think I agree. I'd have to agree with you on that. Delta Airlines Flight 48, arrived from New York, JFK, flight time 6 hours and 43 minutes. First time in today's show that I'm seeing a main gear touchdown that wasn't very smooth for an A330. Still was a very good landing, but compared to what we have seen on earlier A330s, we had quite a few in the beginning of the show. I spy with my little eye something that looks to have 4 engines up in the sky. Let's have a quick look. Yep, that's a quad, all right. I think Maxime was also referring to it. Lufty, southeast to northwest. Looks like this one. Looks like this is the one. It is the one. And there's also a Dreamliner from KLM approaching behind me, so let's pick up on this later. First, turn around, have a look at KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada, 78710. This one, 8 hours and 39 minutes on the way, the Papa Hotel Bravo Kilo Lima. 3 years old, first flight June 2022. Smile. Oh! Qatar crossing the runway. Lufty, old livery, yellow logo, unmistakable. Right, in the meantime, runway 36 right has closed down and we are back to one runway for arrivals. That's this runway, the Kaagbaan runway 06. And welcome to the show, everybody who joined later. You are watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are here at Kaagbaan runway 06, where 2 747s have already touched down earlier in the show. There are another 2 underway. The first next 747 is expected around noon local time, so in half an hour from now. Should be arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. And another 747 is expected here shortly before 2 o'clock, around the same time as the Emirates A380 is also expected over here. Now I'm thinking Emirates is going to land on 36 right, but the 747 expected around the same time should be landing here as well. So we're getting all the Queens on this runway, and the King is going to a different runway. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help to bring in more people in the future and grow the channel. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. It is mandatory, but it is always appreciated. And certainly, if you have any questions, speak up and ask. Many people are watching. Together they know a lot, and it's all a friendly bunch here. You might get some silly answers, but there's no such thing as a silly question, so don't be afraid to speak up and ask any questions you might be having. Frank Vermeulen, goedemorgen, good to see you again. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined. This was Caleb Flight 1088, arrival from Cardiff. Next up, Caleb Flight 1762, arrival from Bremen, and that's the one that we saw on the downwind leg over the airfield minutes ago. Downwind then, now on final. Davey says, I read that Lufthansa is retiring its A340s early because of gas prices. I wouldn't be surprised if they were. Obviously, quad-engined airplanes are relatively fuel-consuming, and particularly for passengers, that only eats into the low margins that they already have. Now, apparently, I don't know the economics of airlines, but apparently there's more margin on cargo, which is why you still see older airplane types that are less fuel efficient still flying around the world for cargo purposes. Mind you, there too you see the trend of transitioning to newer airplane types that are more fuel efficient. It's a shame, because it means that A340s and 747s, but also MD-11s, which also are still flying around in parts of the world, will slowly but surely get more rare and extinct. Funny thing is that in shipping, the other trend, the opposite trend is happening, where cargo ships are, or at least container ships are getting bigger and bigger. At least insofar as they can still fit through the Panama Canal, which is of course the limiting factor for the width. Big picture wise, you can see things have cleared up quite nicely, so if anything interesting is flying around or towards me, let me know. It's been a while since we last saw a beluga. Would be nice to see one of those again. No C-17s today, thus far. Lately, a lot of C-17s in Dutch skies overhead. Mikey the Bloody Magpie over there. And a few others. Sander says, Trauma Chopper is coming by pretty soon. Where is it coming from? Where do I need to look to see it coming? Gary in Amsterdam is also back. Good to see you. Bebe Hanse, good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. Big Lulu says, I got a silly one. The King use his own startbaan. If not, does he get priority? He doesn't use his own startbaan, because if he is flying he's either flying passenger, just KLM, to make his hours, or I think he also sometimes flies the PHGOV. But if that's the case, they don't. Well, do they? No, the other day when he was going to the United States, he took off from the Kaagbaan. Now, often they do take the Oostbaan here at Schiphol, but that's because that's where they usually get in. Not always. So sometimes they use a different startbaan, but not always. Mengota says, C-130 flying over Lelystad. Maybe you can see it. Lelystad is too far away, mate. Also, when looking in the direction of where Lelystad is from here, you can see that above the horizon there are clouds. That's a bit too far. A beluga over Alkmaar we would be able to see. We've spotted belugas over Alkmaar before a few times, even if they're not producing a contrail. That's usually doable. Delta Airlines Flight 144, arrival from Seattle, Washington is up next. And I think I see the lifeliner Sander was talking about before. Yep, most definitely the lifeliner. Right, Delta Airlines Flight 144, our next arrival here on Kaagbaan. It's arriving from Seattle in Washington, the state of Washington. 9 hours and 7 minutes on the way. It's an A330neo, the November 402 Delta X-ray. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight, May 2019. And another Delta A330neo is following behind it. Delta Airlines Flight 136, arriving from Detroit. Flying over Noordwijk on what could be considered base leg. Slowly. First set, second sets of wheels, and then boom. They're not called butter machines for nothing. Hey, what is up, Chris? Chris Good? Chris Good, are you in a good mood? Nibble, nibble. Nibble, nibble. Nom 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 nom. Right, from one A330neo to the next. Oh? Hey! Okay. That nose was up high. I thought it was aborting quite early already. But it's still continuing. At first glance, when I saw the pitch, I thought we were witnessing a go-around, an early aborted attempt at landing, but okay. That's not the case, it's continuing, it's coming this way still. Two busiest to the Oostbaan. They're probably going to be approaching via the glide slope of 36 right. So that should be nice to see. Hey Roxana, goedemorgen, good to see you again. Welcome back. To you and to all those joining later, I say you already missed two 747s in today's show, unfortunately. But there are two more underway. The next 747 is expected here in 20 or so minutes from now. And the next one after that should be arriving here around the same time as the Emirates A380 will, which is shortly before 2 o'clock. If you don't have to be anywhere, stick around. Plenty more coming, and we're going to catch them all just like Pokemon. The next A330 behind this one has just, or is still turning in. That's KLM Flight 765 arriving from Bon Air. ERJ is landing on 36 right, Marissa says. Looks like the A330 arrived from Bon Air will be landing here first. So with a little bit of luck we can make a nice transition. Or is that... Quick glance at what is coming to 36 right. There it is. So this is Travel Coupe, and have a look. It looks quite sleek. If you look at the picture on Flight Radar, Arcus Air operating for Travel Coupe. Don't think I've ever seen this one before. Arriving from Saarbrücken. Saarbrücken. No umlaut on the U. Saarbrücken. Embraer ERJ 145 EP. The Dam. Delta Alpha Mike Echo. Damme. Hailing from 1998. It's 28 years old. Yeah, and I'm thinking we have to go from this to the A330 to the Kaagbaan. Pity that because of the backlight and all the heatwave distortions, we don't see much more than just a contour and some reflections. And we can also expect the Coast Guard Dash 8 to be leaving soon since they are now pinging. Alright, don't get nauseous. I'm going to make a switch soon. One gear, one set of the back set of wheels, the front set of wheels. And then the nose gear. Whoa! Talking about yellow airplanes from DHL, I've got one here as well. Cargolux is in Dutch airspace and has been assigned the Kaagbaan. I'm happy to hear that, Marissa. Thanks for the confirmation. It was to be expected, but it's always nice to get the confirmation we were looking for. And 10H Short just spotted planes in Luxembourg Airport. How was it? Did you spot something interesting? Indeed, Marissa, Bon Air. Right, it's an Embraer influx now with an E2 Embraer on final, following are an Embraer 190 and an Embraer 175, all three from KLM. So that means that all three engine types, all three Embraer airplane types that KLM has in its fleet will pass by in in reverse order of in order of this descending magnitude, with an E2 Embraer coming up first, then an Embraer 190, and then an Embraer 175 to finish it up with. And I must have kept the focus to auto from filming one of the birds. Now it's back to manual and set to infinity again. This is KLM flight 1294, arriving from Billund, an E2 Embraer 195. How do you know it's an E2? Big ass engines and no winglets, that's the easiest way to see. You can also hear it, listen for the whistle. That whistle you're hearing right now is typical. You can hear something similar with other airplane types, but not the same way as with an E2 Embraer or with an A220 for that matter, because they are almost the same. These are the engines. Goes good. Swing from one to the other side. KLM flight 948 up next, an Embraer 190, followed by KLM flight 1020, arriving from Leeds. Next up is an Embraer 190. How to discern it from an Embraer 175? Because both of these, the Embraer 175 next and this, the Embraer 190, have small engines, smaller than the E2 Embraer. The big ass engines and no winglets is the only way you can recognize an E2 immediately. Smaller engines, then you need to look to the winglets. These are relatively vertical, and compared with the Embraer 175, smaller. That's a telltale sign you're dealing with an Embraer 190. When the next airplane is arriving, we'll zoom in on the winglets again and you'll see the difference. So Embraer 190, short and vertical. Embraer 175, wide and taller, bigger. No sign of the Dash 8 taking off yet, or Mangota says that the Coast Guard took off already. I'm not seeing it. Oh wait, now I do. There it is, Dash 8 of the Coast Guard on another coastal patrol, flying towards the west. Canadian registered. Bom dia, Felipe! Felipe tuning in from Brazil. Bom dia, one and all. The DHL is on the move. And the next arrival is a KLM Embraer 175 arriving from Leeds. Now, how to discern them? Again, the winglets. Engines are small. That's the engine size is the only way to differentiate between E2s and no E2s. But you have to look at the winglets. Compare this with the one that you saw just now. More horizontal, more outward facing and taller. That's the Embraer 175 for you. Of course, if you look at it from the side, fuselage length, but if you look at it from the front, the winglets are the easiest way to tell them apart. US Air Force Hercules Jessie 96 north of you at 20,000 feet. Well, I'm not seeing anything, nor am I hearing anything. The only thing I can see is a contrail, but that's higher up. That's not the Hercules. That's something different altogether. Is that Austrian? I think that's Austrian with the greeting Servus. I think I can hear the Hercules. I'm looking at the blue sky and I'm not seeing anything, nor do I know how far north I need to look. In the meantime, the DHL is crossing the runway. Bastard. Bastardo. Bernd, guten Morgen. No, guten Tag. It's past 12 already. Und herzlich willkommen, schönen Sonntag. Good to see you again, mate. Is that the Turkish getting pushed back? It is. Turkish is also getting pushed back. And the Hercules is supposedly close by. I'm looking, but the sky is blue with the exception of the contrails I see. Vueling, flight 8309, arriving from Barcelona. Alright, next up, a couple of airplanes from KLM arriving from Latin America. KLM Flight 744 arriving from Lima, and KLM Flight 751 arriving from Guayaquil. Have a look at this. 777-200, no, 777-300 in the foreground, and a 7879 Dreamliner behind it. This is KLM Flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru, and that's in Latin America right next to. No, it was already on the front page. Flipping through pages on my Stream Deck. KLM Flight 744 arriving from Lima in Peru, 11 hours and 28 minutes on the way. The BVI, the Papa Hotel BVI Bravo Victory India, 13 years old, first flight June 2012. See, there's a helicopter returning. That's the one we saw before. I think it is. That's the Lifeliner, isn't it? Yep, that's the yellow Lifeliner returning. So over there we have a Turkish A330. The next 747 is approaching and will be arriving via the south. Once it is a bit closer by, we should be able to see it. There's also a twin jet contrail coming this way. Not too far away from the sun, so probably not very contrasty yet. Yeah, no, it's a twin jet. Can't see more than that. Let's quickly turn around. Russell is back on his throne, was back on his throne, having a look from above. This is KLM Flight 751, and that's coming from Guayaquil, and that is actually a port town in a country called
Ecuador!
This Dreamliner has the deeper smile. So you may think, hey, that must be a new airplane. 8 years old, the Papa Hotel Bravo Hotel Lima is from July 2017. Quick look up at that twin jet that now has passed us with the sun in our back. Should provide a bit more contrast. Yeah, well, it looks like a Dreamliner to me, but which airliner that is beats me. Now, somewhere over there, pretty soon, we ought to spot the Cargo Lux third queen of the show. I think I might see it already. Yes, sir. There it is. It's still in front of the lake called Vinkenveense Plus. Or is it plural? Vinkenveense Plus Sun. 777-300 United for Frankfurt to Newark. Okay, there you go. I thought it was a Dreamliner. Cargo Lux Flight 315 arriving from Nairobi in Kenya. It's the third 747 of the show. It has already been assigned to runway 06, so that's going to be landing here on our runway in minutes from now. In the meantime, Transavia is landing here. Flight 6116, a symmetrical flight number, returning from Malaga in Spain. That's an A321neo. So yeah, with the right lighting, the right visibility, we can see airplanes pretty far away already, if you know where you need to look. It's the third 747 of the show. Another one is expected shortly before 2 o'clock, around the same time as the Emirates A380 is also expected. I'm going to stay until these two have landed, so if you don't have to be anywhere, join us, sit back and relax. And if you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help the channel grow. Your likes go a long way in helping with that. If you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to say hi. You're not required to say hi, but it is always appreciated when people do say hi. Tell us where they're from. If you have a question, don't be afraid to ask. Quite a few people are watching. And together we know quite a lot. And we'll happily try to answer any questions you may be having. So the next 747 is approaching. Chris Koot is over here in the water. I've yet to see the goslings. Yesterday, 2 geese, which I'm also not seeing anymore. The geese had 12 goslings. Or are those... Yeah, well, speak of the devil. The devil wears Prada, but here are our goslings. I'm not sure if there's still 12. They are a bit far away to see from here. At first glance, I'm inclined to say there are less than 12 left, but did anybody count them? We're already pretty far in digital zoom right now, so it looks very pixelated here. Also very distorted because of the heat wave. The heat waves. No, Roxana, not ducklings. Goslings. These are geese. Little geese. Turkish, in the meantime, has arrived over here and is going to cross the runway. Will that happen before or after Aer Lingus has landed? Right now it's holding short and isn't crossing yet. And there are the geese and the goslings. You guys are still counting 12? Okay, awesome. They're still complete. Little fur balls. Now there's also traffic coming to the Kaagbaan via the north. The 747 is coming via the south, but via the north you'll see airplanes passing over the airfield like so. Or at least I'm assuming this is arriving, or is it leaving? No, it's too quiet to be leaving and too low. Next up, Aer Lingus, arriving from Dublin in Ireland, flight 604. A321neo. What's Turkish going to do after this? Because there's a gap. There's a gap. So it could go. Oh yes, it's going. Here we go. Next up, BA. BA followed by Cargolux. Now, the fate of narrow bodies preceding quad-engined wide bodies is that they don't get much love here at AMS Live, and that's no exception for BA, even though it is arriving from London. And you might be wondering, London? And I say, yes, London, you know.
You know, fish, chips, cup of tea, bad food, worse weather, Mary fucking Poppins, London.
The gear is extending on Cargolux. Cargolux flight 315 arriving from Nairobi, which is the capital of Kenya, which is in Africa. It's the third 747 of the show, the third of 4. The fourth one will be arriving here shortly before 2 o'clock, around the same time as the Emirates A380. Flight time for this 747 returning from Nairobi has been 8 hours and 29 minutes. Of course, another Luxembourg registered airplane, LX, Lima X-ray, Uniform Charlie Victor, UCV. The airplane is 22 years old, first flight April 2004. Passing by. Now, behind this 747, there should be a vaguely visible 777-200 777 arriving from San Francisco. Will Coleman says hey, and I say hey to you too. Welcome to the show, one and all. If you just joined us, this is the third 747 of the show. 2 more have already arrived here this morning. One in the very beginning of the show and another one a bit later. There's another 747 underway. The Retro Transavia is expected here in an hour or so from now. And shortly before 2 o'clock, we're both going to get the A380 and another 747. Quite a lot of bugs. They're luckily not directly above me, but around 10 or so meters away from me. Just before this yellow sign, there is a ditch, a small canal with still water, and I think a lot of flies are born over there. So over here I'm standing clear of all the bugs, but you do see them when zoomed in. Wow, spectacular sound upon passing by. Reversers? Not this time, by the sound of it. Oh! Spoke too soon. Spoke too soon. Oh! One coot spotted another coot, so there's one that has been spotted, and this one came approaching rather aggressively. You might have heard the splishy splashy a few seconds ago. United Airlines Flight 968 is approaching behind me. That's 777-200 arriving from San Francisco. Let's turn around quickly. United Airlines 968, arriving from San Francisco, 9 hours and 49 minutes on the way. Tommy, goedemiddag. Sinjin, good afternoon. Sinjin tuning in from sunny South Africa. Well, it's sunny over here as well, as you can see. There's our queen, long distance headshot. Absolutely lovely. Looks like there's another bizjet going for the glide slope of 36 right. Either for a landing on 36 right, or more probable is a breakaway landing to 04. I see another 777 arriving from San Jose over the Gulf of Yorkshire approaching. There's a Chinese triple also approaching. Iceland Air is bringing a 767 today. Iceland Air Flight 500 over the Gulf of Yorkshire. If you look to the northwest, you'll be able to see it. Chinese cargo triple is also approaching. For now, we'll have to make do with a few narrow bodies. First of which is KLM Flight 1774, arriving from Berlin. An E2 Embraer. Transavia next after that. TUI Max 8 just now passed us by overhead on the downwind leg. Over the airfield at 7,000 feet. E2 Embraer 195 with a cabin cabin in the back. Ooh, it's a combo of whistle and whale sounds. All the trademark sounds of geared turbofan engined airplanes. Full bingo card. Hey there, Apple Flaps, good to see you again. Welcome back. And welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. Now, the birds are getting cheeky today. Really getting close by in the grass here as well. The ducks earlier in the show as well. This is Transavia flight 6332, arriving from Valencia, 737-800. 2 hours and 4 minutes on the way. The Papa Hotel X-Ray Golf. That's a 9-year-old vehicle, first flight March 2017. Hey, and John Dutch Canadian is also back. Just got home from the Philippines. Welcome back home. Hope you've had a good time in the Philippines, mate. David Wolf also here. You probably were here earlier already, but only now am I seeing you. That's on me. After this, a lot to see again. Flight 263, arriving from Warsaw. Next up, lot 263. Hey, and the geese are getting a bit closer by the looks of it. Oh, so cute. Happy to hear that, John. TJ Euro has been a member for 6 months. He writes, I love the stream. My friend Gary in Amsterdam referred me. Well, thanks for the referral, Gary. And thank you so much for your ongoing support, TJ Euro. 6 months and counting. I hope that the launch thus far has been to your satisfaction. And if anything is amiss, if anything needs to be improved, let me know and let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. Well, thank you, TJ Euro, for your support, and thanks for the referral, Gary. Awesome. And John flew Cathay Pacific both ways, and he highly recommends them. Is there anybody who doesn't recommend flying with Cathay Pacific? Cathay and also Singapore have a reputation, don't they? A lot to see at Schiphol, again, as always. The airplane looks polished. How will the landing look? Ooh. Smooth operator. Ooh, think of a jingle that I also might have to program into the into the stream deck. Smooth operator. Another breakaway landing to 04. And there's another one on another busiest on the glide slope already. Happy to hear that, TJ Euro. If anything comes up that you think should be improved, let me know. You guys can always hit me up if there's anything that needs to be improved. Right, looking around, not much to be seen. Big picture overview, looking to the west, more clouds. So over the Gulf of Yorkshire, it's definitely a bit more cloudy. Looking at the northerly horizon, it also looks like a bit of clouds over there. It's interesting, it's like we're in a gap of open blue sky between clouds everywhere, because this is looking to the east, so further land inward there also seems to be clouds about. The only horizon that still looks pristine blue is the south, so quite interesting. And the geese have gone onto land again after their morning swim. The geese and the goslings. Next, BizJet, the 360 right over there. Heatwave distortion, Now I'm betting this is also going to make a breakaway to runway 04. Almost all of the biz jets, at least the smaller ones, have done that up till now. Hey, is this one going for 36 right then? No, they always go behind this building, don't they? Or? No, it's too low. It's going to 36 right. This is going to land on 36 right. If it had done a breakaway landing, it would have been higher. So that's not the case. Next up, TUI. That's the TUI Max 8 that came over the airfield, approaching the runway from the north. This was TUI flight 3202, arriving from Tirana, Albania. Jindrosik says I actually went to Key Largo when I was near because it was in the Smooth Operator song, and Steven says Sade's Smooth Operator came out when I had just graduated from high school. Great tune. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Now, at 43, turning 44 in August, I'm still relatively young compared to some of the people in the audience, but I still remember that song from childhood. One of the many songs I heard on the radio while growing up. Apple Flaps asks, is there any logic in the runway numbers at Schiphol? They're the magnetic headings. That's the case on every airport. So 09 is looking directly to the east. 27 the other way is directly to the west. 36 is looking to the north. 18 is looking to the south. Or did I misunderstand the question? Seven days to go until Sanders Shinobi turns 50. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That sounds old all of a sudden. 49. I'm thinking, hey, that guy is from the same decade as I am. Also 40-something. 50 all of a sudden sounds like, ooh, that man is almost going into retirement. Well, the last few days before Abraham comes to visit. This is KLF at 760, arriving from San Jose. 777-200, 9 hours 46 minutes on the way. It's the Papa Hotel, Bravo Quebec. Hey! Uh-oh. Aborting. Okay. Okay, if that 760 going around for some reason. Ari asks, what did you do? What did you guys do? Did some of you jinx it? I didn't do nothing. I'm innocent, I tells ya. Right. Going around the block. We'll see it again in a few moments. One of those days when you wouldn't expect any go-arounds because it's relatively calm. The wind is headwind, no gusts, no nothing. Good visibility. Normally speaking, you'd think this is one of those days where nothing can go wrong and all the landings are butter. Right, this is an A320neo from EasyJet arriving from Milan, and after that Iceland Air Flight 500 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland. Alright, the triples seem to be in close proximity to one another. What's their vertical separation? 3750. Yeah, the go around is probably a bit higher. 1650, still lower. Okay, interesting. So yeah, there's the one. There's the Chinese. There's the Chinese cargo triple, which is at higher altitude, and then over there, a bit lower, is the 777 that just went around. So they do look to be in close proximity if you look at flight radar, and they are actually in pretty close proximity to one another. But at least there is sufficient vertical separation between the two. There's the one. There's the other. Okay. Now what's going on over there? Geese are acting territorially. I think one geese is now chasing away two other geese. That's probably the geese parents. Right, next up, Iceland Air Flight 500 arriving from Reykjavik in Iceland, 767-300 Yeah, flight time is 2 hours and 36 minutes. TF ISO, 26 years old, first flight February 2000. Tours the Boat asks, hot day? Not really. I'm standing here with my gloves on still and my winter parka, and I'm not warm. The wind is cold, but my camera picks up heat wave distortion like a mother effer. So even in the winter, when it is freezing, you can still see heat waves and think it might be excruciatingly warm. It's moderately warm with the sun out, getting nice, but not warm, not excessively warm. Thought maybe we were going to see two contrails crossing simultaneously, but that isn't in the books for today. One of these days we will get to see them at the same time. Alright, that's the Chinese triple turning in the background on the left. Behind it is going to be the KLM triple that just now went around. Marissa says, according to ik myself and ik, firefighter are called as a precaution for the KLM. Okay. Looking behind me, don't see anything yet. Earlier in the show we were able to see firefighters. So if they're there, they're not visible yet. There is a fire station in the vicinity of those fuel tanks. Huh, is that a bird sitting there? No. That's a cone. Ta ta ta. Hey, the mount has gone. I'm now only noticing that the mount of sand has gone. What? Only now am I seeing it? What? Jesus. Wow. Somebody's sleeping behind the wheel. Apologies. What? Nobody in the chat noticed it either until now? What? Alright, well. Contrail, the fat contrail made a turn right here. Yeah, this is as high as my camera can go. I need to wait until it has passed further past my zenith, because it really is in my direct zenith now at 90 degrees above me. Not able to show you guys the overhead traffic just yet. Here is the Chinese triple, and there is the KLM triple that just now went around. The gear is out, and the bugs are too. Third airplane shining on the far left is an A321neo from KLM arriving from Madrid. Right, Air China cargo flight 1038 arriving from Shanghai in China, 777 freighter. Here we go. Don't think about showing you that airplane anymore, because look at where it is already. Just one airplane following, and so much further the airplane overhead at cruising speed already has progressed. Landing attempt number 2 for KLM flight 760. It went around this point minutes ago. Returning from San Jose, number 3 on flight radar, tracked by 1,279 people. We probably don't have that many people in the chat, do we? No, not even 1,000. People are missing out. They can watch this all live on AMS Live if only they knew we existed. If you guys are enjoying the show, like it, and let's get those people who are now watching on flight radar but don't watch the chat or the stream, make them recognize we exist, so that next time a go around happens they can join us. Here we go. Well, from what we can see over here, nothing seems to be out of the ordinary. Mr. F is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Good question. Was the amount of sand gone yesterday as well? If I had to guess, I'd say yes. But only only minutes ago did I begin to notice. Didn't see any of you guys making a remark about it yesterday or today either up till now. The cargo triple is coming this way. Of course, the KLM triple is leaving for the terminal. No firefighters in the vicinity to be seen. Whatever the cause of their go-around, they landed safely in second instance. It is only a 1:45, but already are we seeing the first airplanes on glide slope to 36 right, on the glide slope to 36 right. So they're early with reopening the Aalsmeerbaan. Yes, that's what I would say too, Ari. We'd wait for you to notice. Maxime says yesterday we hardly got the chance because of the short stream. That's a lame excuse. 2 hours is normally a film, a movie. Plenty of time to observe stuff during a movie. No, I'm not buying that excuse. Sorry. Well, fortunately, they're opening up the secondary runway early today. Still, it shouldn't matter. Well, it may be relevant if it's only going to stay open for an hour. If it is open from 1:45 until 1:45, it may mean that the A380 is going to Kaagbaan. Normally speaking, runway 36 right would open up for arrivals from 1 till 2. The fact that the very first airplane is now touching down on it already, a quarter of an hour earlier, might mean that they are going to close it early too. Look at the estimated time of arrival in flight radar for the Emirates A380, shortly before 2 o'clock. Let that sink in. If Aalsmeerbaan 36 right is going to be closed at the time the Emirates A380 is going to land, there is only one runway it can go to, and that is runway 06. Wouldn't that be something? Now, there's also a 747 arriving from the west. That should be landing here regardless. I don't dare to say it too loud, but in theory, there might be a mother of all glide slope shots coming up. With 2 quads back to back. How awesome would that be? In the meantime, our next widebody from Delta is turning to the downwind leg of the traffic pattern. This is flight 164, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Ari says, hope is postponed, disappointment. Ari has been disappointed in his life a few times too many, I think. I'm not saying it's a realistic expectation, I'm just proposing the opportunity, the possibility. I'm not expecting it, but it would be nice, and there might be a chance for it if they close runway 36 right early enough. But QJ might be right. Knowing ATC, the A380 would be the last arrival on 36 right. Could well be the case. Could well be the case. Marissa's signing off. She has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Marissa. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Enjoy King's Day tomorrow, and I will see you again hopefully next week. That's Delta Flight 164. We'll be landing here, arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota. And this is KLM Flight 1354, arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. Next up will be TAP Air Portugal with an A320neo, and after that Air France with the Bombardier C Series arriving from Paris. Love those airplanes. We have a truck in the Risa. Number 45. Order number 45, anyone? Now, number 45. What's that on your favorite restaurant's menu? What dish? An order of number 45 with some fries on the side. TAP Air Portugal up next. And the Delta is going to be landing after the Bombardier C Series from Air France. Emirates is now expected 10 minutes to 2. So there you go. If they opened up 36 right 1:45, and if they're going to keep it open for an hour like normal, and it would close again 1:45. Just saying. Two plus 2 is 4, minus 1, that's 3. Hey there, Rekko. Tuning in from Borkenbergen Airport in Münsterland. Flying to Lelystad in a moment. Back on the airport at the end of the afternoon. Have a good flight, mate. I can imagine you're looking forward to that. Gary says, have a beer or something from me on King's Day. Thank you so much, Gary. I will definitely do that. You didn't have to super chat, but thank you so much though. King's Day tomorrow for me is going to be lawn recovery day. Lawn recovery. And some orange tompoes. Air France up next. Air France, oui oui, omelette du fromage. A bientôt. Vin rouge, merci beaucoup. Flight 1640, arriving from Paris, Bombardier C Series. Flight time 41 minutes. And it's the hose. We have Italian hose, and this is a French hose. Still, that also looks pretty, this hose. Fahosi. A nice shozy with Fahosi. David Wolf has to go back to work. Thank you so much for joining. Indeed, the usual day off tomorrow, unless of course it would be stormy weather. There's always exceptions to be made, but I think tomorrow I'll have to make a start with the lawn repair. Otherwise it's going to be too warm, and grass seed has not yet grown enough roots. You have to keep watering them all throughout the summer, otherwise they'll wither and go dead again. Delta Airlines 164 arriving from Minneapolis, Minnesota up next. Ooh, can hear that wake. Absolutely lovely. Hey, Judith is also back. Good evening. Bit late to the party, but better late than never. You're absolutely right. You have missed out on 3 747s though already, Judith, if you only joined us just now. There is a 4th underway. It should be arriving here in around an hour or so from now. And so too will the Emirates A380. I'm going to stick around until both will have landed. Hopefully, with a little bit of luck, we might get to see both on the Kaagbaan. I'm not sure, but theoretically it could be possible since they did open up the secondary runway 15 minutes early. If they're adhering to the normal time, in other words an hour, might be that they are going to close the runway shortly before the A380 will be landing here. Don't count on it. Don't count on it, but you never know. Meanwhile, 2 KLMs approaching flight 1076 arriving from Bristol on the right, that's number 175, and an A321neo on the left arriving from Rome, flight 1602. Dutch Aviation Freak says, good morning boy, inspired by you, by your live streams, I'm now also trying to make some aviation movies. Lovely to hear. Practice makes perfect. Don't be too hard on yourself if you feel that it's not yet what you're planning on making. Takes some time to get used to making videos. Like with everything, there's a learning curve, and like everything worth pursuing, it's good to have patience. And I can hear you think, says he who doesn't have patience at all. I know. I'm also self-knowledgeable in that respect. Patience is not something that comes easy to me. Sparta Rotterdam, goedemiddag, good to see you again. Right, Gary Grebe is once again on his way. He and the mate were dancing earlier in the show. I haven't seen the second Grebe since. It's a coming and going of birds. The geese and the goslings are still in the grass a bit further downstream, down the stream that Gary is now swimming on. There are the geese. The goslings are undoubtedly not far away. Still 12 of them. And all the while, here we have front row seats to the MPS. A321neo arriving from Rome up next. That's Faxer. Hey, and that's the KLM 100 years on the move again. We saw that land arriving from New York this morning, and again it's leaving. Bye bye. See you later. Maxime says, Bizzer lining up on Oostbaan. Taking off to the northeast then on 04, right? Not to the southwest coming this way. Ah, there it is. Alright, KLM flight 1920 arriving from Zurich up next. 737-900. There it is. A bit more to the left. Evo asks if I have a favorite airplane. Good question. Difficult to answer. I have many favorite airplanes. It depends on the way you look at it. Area 55 waving and also honking. Quite a few airplanes that I like. One of my favorite all-time passenger airplanes is of course the 747. I'm also a big fan of A350s. I'm also a fan of the A220. I'm also a fan of F-14s. I'm also a fan of F-16s. I'm also a fan of Concorde. And let's not start. There are biz jets, helicopters. There's always something to like about something that flies. But if I have to pick one, I think I'd go for the 747 just because it is a timeless classic. It's a big airplane that looks sleek. And that's quite a feat to pull off. Contrary to that, the A380 is big and it shows. It shows, it looks heavy, it is heavy, but it also looks the part. Was that a little bit of... Oh yeah, a little spider webby thingy. Right, I think that should be gone now. EasyJet A320neo is coming to the Kaagbaan, and here we have a Turkish A330, flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Retro Transavia is also going there, okay. Yeah, it depends on the way they enter the country. In the background, another airplane that is going to be landing on the Amsterdam in a few moments. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Flight time 3 hours and a minute. So that is nominal. 3 hours is usually what the flight time is between Istanbul and Amsterdam. Also Athens and Amsterdam. This A330-300 is the TC Joy. That's Juliet Oscar India. 11 years old, first flight April 2015. Ooh, flock of birds over there. What's going on here? Is that a heron chasing after those smaller birds, or are those predator birds? It's a mixed crowd of bigger birds and smaller birds. Makes me wonder if the smaller birds are chasing after if the bigger birds are chasing after the smaller birds, or if it's just random chaos. As long as it's not moving towards the runway area too much. Well, interesting stuff going on over there. Meanwhile, our next airplane is about to turn final. Embraer 190, arriving from Nantes. Well, no, it is on final already. Can we see it? I don't think we can just yet. That does give us some time to have another look on Flight Radar to see where the airplanes are at in the sky. So, looking on Flight Radar, the Transavia Retro is already in Dutch airspace, and even though it is arriving via the northwest, and oftentimes that means it's going to runway 06, it has been assigned to the wrong runway. That's Chris Coot on the other side of the canal over here making a ruckus. Transavia Retro will be landing on the wrong runway, but we should still be able to see it quite well from over here. Emirates is coming. Estimated time of arrival 1:52. Atlas is now expected 1:58. And I am wondering what Bezoek Bus is indicating with respect to expected runway use. Are we going to see any surprises here, or won't we? So on paper from 1 till 2, the Aalsmeerbound 36 right is supposed to be open. They opened up that runway a bit early, So it may well mean that they're going to close the runway a bit early as well. I hope that will happen, because that is good news if that were to happen for our chances of seeing the A380 up close. In the meantime, Danielle Jongeneel, thank you so much for your kind words and for your donation there. Super chat from Danielle, who wrote, hello all, subscribed again, watching on and off, wishing you a nice Sunday and a lovely King's Day tomorrow. Thank you so much, Danielle, for your kind words and also for your donation. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get your message across, but I'm happy to hear you're enjoying the show, and I hope that goes for everybody. Don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. If you are enjoying the show, if you want to help this channel grow, your likes help immensely in that. You also have a nice Sunday and also much fun tomorrow on King's Day, Daniela. And thank you so much again for your kind words and for the donation. The Transavia Retro is between Zoetermeer and Gouda and is slowly going towards the wrong runway. Over here we have a few airplanes coming this way. To begin with, an Embraer 190 arriving from Nantes, an A321 behind it, and another A321 behind it. Peter Rovers asks, can you see on Flight Radar which runway a plane is assigned to? It depends. Are you talking about inbound traffic or outbound traffic? Flight Radar is not, you cannot use Flight Radar for any, but there are two websites that I'll happily show you to see where airplanes are assigned to. Might as well do that right away. So there are two websites that you can go to see runway assignment. For outbound traffic, there is CDM. And if you go to the link I'm not posting, you'll see over here you can enter flight numbers. So what's leaving for, let's see, is there something leaving? KLM flight 605 perhaps? Is that a flight number? Yeah, it is. Well, I'm not sure if it's KLM, but here you can see the airplane. Oh, it's Aer Lingus, flight 605. Here you can see it has been assigned to runway 36 left. You can enter flight numbers of the flights that are going out, and in this on this page you can see what time it's expected to leave, and you can also see the runway assignment. So it will tell you where to look for which runway to look for. Then there's also this one, which I'm also going to be sharing with you. That's for inbound traffic. Let me paste that in the ticker for you guys over here. And if you go to this website, you can click on traffic inbound. So for instance, this Transavia, and the pop-up window shows up and it says here Kaagbaan. And here you have the Transavia Retro, for instance, and it says here Aalsmeerbaan. So use these two websites if you want to see where air traffic is going to or from. All right. Next up, KLM flight 926, arrival from Edinburgh. That's an A321neo. Flight time an hour. The Papa Hotel Alpha X-Ray Echo. The airplane is a year old, first flight March 2025. The Transavia Retro has, in the meantime, lined up on the glide slope of runway 36 right. So it's a mixed bag. I can also see that KLM flight 1512 arrival from Barcelona is now also going to that runway. The bugs are further away. They're not in my immediate vicinity, but over here, the yellow pole over here is right next to a ditch, and there's a small canal in it with still water. So I think a lot of mosquitoes are actually being bred over there. So although you can see them in the shot, they're not immediately overhead. They're further away. This is KLM Flight 96 arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland, an A321neo, and after that we're going to transition to the Transavia Retro, which will be landing on the wrong runway, but still should be able to see it quite well from here. Chinese triple is getting pushed back. No, Chinese A330 is getting pushed back. Stand corrected. Transavia Retro, next to land on runway 36 right, the Aalsmeerbaan. Going to the wrong runway, but here it is. Transavia flight 5356 arriving from Faro, which is in Portugal. Flight time has been 2 hours and 35 minutes. It's the Papa Hotel, Yankee Hotel Delta. It's a brand new airplane, first flight July 2025. And there you go. Well, looking all around, you can see most of the sky is pristine and blue. Looking to the west, looks a bit different. So over the Gulf of Yorkshire we have some cirrus clouds. Not sure if they're going to drift in later in the day. It might be the case. Looking to the north, things look like so. Looking to the east, at the easterly horizon, also a bit of cloudiness, but right here in the vicinity, in the immediate vicinity, all is clear and blue. Same for the south. So, Chinese A330, which will be crossing the runway at some point because all the departing airport runways are further to the north. Penguin Planes also back in the chat, good to see you again. And welcome to the show everybody else who may have joined. We're waiting for the the grand finale of today's show, which will be 747, the fourth of the show, and the A380. Now, remarkably, there are people over there, and I see that one of the ducks is still, well, in fact, I'm counting 3, if not more. Daisy and her friend are also relaxing over there, so the ducks are sitting there. But oddly enough, there are people not too far away, so interesting to see that the ducks aren't scared of the humans. Or at least from here, they look to be awfully close and don't seem to be scared. Another Transavia. Hey, Michael DCA is also back in the chat. Good to see you, mate. Hope all is well. For those of you joining later, you may have missed 3 747s already and a go-around. KLM Triple arriving from San Jose went around. Separate video incoming. No more highlight videos. I've decided that I'm going to stop with that. They cost a lot of time and they didn't really attract a new audience. Just people who already know the channel and know hardly any views. So maybe I'll post a few shorts every now and then. Those do seem to hit a new audience who haven't heard of the channel yet. But stuff like a go around, of course, will always warrant a separate video. I wonder until when the runway is going to stay open, the secondary runway that is, the Aalsmeerbaan. They did open up early, half an hour ago. If they're going to stay open for an hour, Means we're halfway through the hour. Looking around, it's awfully calm. Normally there's always one or two contrails in the immediate vicinity, but scanning the sky, it seems that we have entered a small lull of quietness. In overhead traffic, that is. On ground level, quite a few airplanes are making their way to Schiphol. This is KLM flight 1932, arriving from Geneva in Switzerland, a 737-900. And the A330 is ready to go and is actually going. Mike Enschede renewed his membership just now. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylounge, Mike. Thank you for your vote of confidence. We kept your seat warm insofar as that is necessary. I think from now on we need to put on the seat cooling for people who temporarily leave the Aurora Skylounge, because things are getting hotter and hotter by the hour. Welcome back to the Aurora Skylounge, Mike. Thank you so much for renewing your membership. We kept your seat warm. Thanks for the vote of confidence, mate. And welcome back. For a moment I was hoping that Alsmeerbaan was already closed because I didn't see any traffic going there, but right now SAS is on final, so it is still open, unfortunately. So if you guys want to know if they are going to close the runway early or not, you need to look on that website that I showed you before, the map, where you can see the runway assignment for inbound traffic, because as soon as airplanes from the east enter Dutch airspace, they usually get assigned to a landing runway. The moment traffic enters from the east and is no longer assigned to Alsmeerbaan but to Kaagbaan, you'll know that the runway is going to close, and we basically can tell based on the traffic and where the A380 is, whether or not the A380 is going to Alsmeerbaan or not. Now don't get your hopes up too high. But considering that they did open up 36 right early, there is a chance that they're also going to close it early, and if that's going to happen, depending on the time it happens, it may bode well for us. Is this Air Ingoing? If I had to guess and could name only one possibility, I'd say this is Air Ingoing. Next up, Air France, flight 1740, arriving from Paris, an A320. So that was a fly pig. Right. Oink oink. Indeed, who says pigs can't fly? Right. Looking around. No other contrails to be seen. So Air Oink Oink is now flying somewhere over there. There it is. In the middle. Turning the camera around. It's all blue. Until we hit the south and go to the southwest, because then all of a sudden some haziness is showing up. Turning back so that we don't get the camera cables tangled. Is this the KLM SkyTeam? I think it is. KLM flight 1640. That's almost the same flight number as Air France uses for its flights from Paris. This is arriving from Turin in Italy though. Embraer 190. One of the two airplanes in the fleet. That is still in the SkyTeam livery. Of course, the other being the, I think the BXO, Papa Hotel Bravo X-Ray Oscar, and that's a 737-900. Hey, thank you so much, Peter, for the kind words and for the donation. You really didn't have to use a super chat to get the message across. Weer een gezellige stream vandaag. Another gezellig stream today. Now, what would be a good translation of gezellig? There's not a good word that actually covers it all, but definitely a few translations that are good approximations. It's interesting to see how all those birds are just stumbling across over the grass field here, paying no mind to all the people that are standing here. Well, I say all the people, but still it's remarkable to me that the ducks over there, while there are humans in relative close proximity to them, they're just lying around, taking a nap and relaxing. EPMM Looker is tuning in from Poland. Good to see you again. And welcome to the channel. Moritz, hello. And Judith is celebrating 15 months of membership. Judith writes, loving the stream, hopefully back next year. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Judith. Are you going away for a year? Or am I misunderstanding something in your message? Hopefully back next year. That sounds like you're going away for the year and will not be back until 2027. Pretty sure that's not what you mean by that, but maybe it's my lack of hydration that makes me misunderstand things. What I'm not misunderstanding is that 15 months is a whole lot of time, and I thank you so much for the support thus far, Judith. Hope that things in the lounge are still to your liking. If anything is amiss, let me know. And let me see what I can do to make things better for you and the other members. A lot of KLM Blue over there. Maxime has to go. Thank you so much for joining, Maxime. We'll see you again, hopefully on Thursday. KLM Embraer 175, arriving from Cork in Ireland. And Hero says 777 incoming soon. That's good news. That is good news. Where, oh where are the triples? Well, the triple is headed for my hometown and is just entering above land. I wonder, oh yeah, I was about to say, in theory I think we should be able to see it from here if we know where to point the camera, because visibility here is actually outstanding. There's our answer. This is KLM flight 622 to Atlanta. No, from Atlanta, of course, to Schiphol. Hey there, Ronnie, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, everybody else who may have joined in the meantime. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're in awaiting of the 4th 747 and the A380. Both are expected here shortly before 2 o'clock. They will be the last two airplanes of today's show. 3 more 747s have already landed here on the polderbaan, the Kaagbaan. We also had one go around, which is remarkable considering the weather. KLM Dreamliner, no triple, arriving from San Jose. That actually went around, broke off. The approach still being away from us. It hadn't passed us by yet, but then it broke off, so that was nice to see. I'll make a separate video out of that one, of course. But that was quite remarkable. It's one of those days where you don't expect to see any go-arounds because it is so calm and stable, but there you go, it happened. Anything can happen, in theory. And sometimes in practice it does. Now, are we going to get something that theoretically might also happen? Namely the A380 to runway 06. That would be nice. Normally speaking, between 1 and 2 o'clock, 2 runways should be open. But the secondary runway that is now open still opened 15 minutes early. So if they close it 15 minutes earlier than normal, it's going to mean that by the time the A380 is here, only 1 runway is open. Now don't count on it, but theoretically it could happen. Just like it happened when I said it would be nice if the A380 would go around, because it's been a long time since we last saw that. And it happened not too long ago. Just saying, anything is still possible. Fingers crossed, and let's manifest it. Over here we have KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. Hey Pete, what up Pete? Good to see ya. And Marcel is also back. Good afternoon, lads. If you guys are enjoying the show, don't forget to leave a like if you haven't already. It will help tremendously to bring in more people in future streams. Peter K was also amazed by the go-around. I think we all were. Nobody saw that coming. Now all of a sudden I'm thinking of nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Monty Python. Which quite a few of you will probably know, the scene I'm talking about. The Spanish Inquisition. No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. Nor did anybody expect the go-around that we saw today. Anyway, this is KLM Flight 622, arriving from Atlanta. Which is close by to where Steven lives. JPN, Just Play Nuts. Hailing from Atlanta, Georgia, or at least close to it. This one took 7 hours and 42 minutes to get here. The BVG, Papa Hotel, Bravo Victor Golf, 13 years old. How's Miran? Well, there you go. We have our answer. Or have we? It's happened before. It's happened before that airplanes got assigned a certain landing runway and it still changed, even though upon entering the country they did already get a certain runway assigned. Still, we should be able to see it quite well from here, regardless of which runway it will be landing on. And Felix is also back, tuning in from Argentina. Welcome back, mate. And it seems that we've crossed through 750 likes. Thank you all so much for that, ladies and gentlemen. Your likes go a long way to bring in more people who don't know the channel yet in future streams. So thanks for your help in helping the channel grow. Means a lot. A lot to see here at Schiphol Airport, including the NPS. Unfortunately, Olaf has to go. Olaf has to go. Thank you so much for joining. And thanks for the Geeks Day wishes. I will be spending my time on gardening, but I'll enjoy the day regardless. Thank you for joining us today, Olaf. And hopefully see you on Thursday again, mate. Charlie Brown is tuning in from Orlando, Florida. Welcome back, Charlie. Hope all is well, mate. Waiting for the A380 and the 747 that are both now approaching the Netherlands. The Emirates A380 being a bit closer by the looks of it. And the 747 is still over England. Wow, that definitely lost some time. Atlas Air now expected in what time? 28 minutes. Yeah, shortly after 2. It lost a few minutes underway. Hey, Marcus also back. Good to see ya. Melissa, good afternoon. Welcome to the show, one and all. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. 3 747s and a go around we have already seen, just to name a few things. Hey, you're welcome, Brandon. The one for outbound is also very interesting, particularly if you want to come to Schiphol and don't know what runways will be used in a few hours from now. CDM is usually a good sign. Good resource. Gear turbofan whistle from an E2 that just now passed by. That was KLM flight 1524 returning from Bilbao in the north of Spain. I'm seeing another bizjet flying south of Schiphol coming this way slowly but surely. And there's a twin jet control up in the sky. Right there. Let's see, can we make out any details? Oh yeah. Isn't that the green from Aer Lingus? I'm inclined to say green from Aer Lingus, but maybe I'm wrong. If I am, let me know. Next up, KLM flight 1304 arriving from Gdansk in Poland, and Embraer 190. Not the first time that I'm seeing airplanes arriving from Poland going to the westmost runway, even though there are 2 runways open. Still a bit surprised by that. Don't know what the logic is behind it. Now I'm also seeing that Arjan van Vught went ahead and gifted no less than 10 memberships just now. Mate, really, that is incredible. And you didn't have to do that, Arjan. You really didn't have to do that, but thank you so much for doing it anyway. A warm welcome to the 10 new members who just received a gifted membership by Arjan. Don't forget to say thank you to him and enjoy the custom emojis. The 34 now at your disposal for a month. Arjan, thank you so much. Incredibly generous. 10 new members courtesy of you. And a warm welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge to the new members. Bert, goedemiddag. Bert is going to take the plane to Mallorca this afternoon. That's nice. That's something nice to look forward to. Which carrier are you going to fly? KLM, Transavia, EasyJet, Gary Grebe, with some droplets on his feathers. You can see how it's water repellent. The droplets are staying on them, even though the feathers do look a bit soaked as well. Hey, and Rob is also back. Incognito viewing since an hour, present now. Nice. Oh, you did see the go around when it happened live. Nice. It was remarkable, wasn't it? I think nobody saw that coming. Now it seems like there's no traffic going to the Kaagbaan to begin with. That usually means that there is a runway inspection going to happen. Is that the case? Not seeing anything. Kaagbaan is still open, isn't it? Or have they closed it? It's 1:36. It begs the question, KLM flight 902 to arrival from Inverness. Where is that going to be going to? Next up, a BizJet 236 right. Where is that? I'm looking for the BizJet. Always hard to estimate where you need to look approximately based on what you see on flight radar. There's a BizJet approaching 36 right. I'm trying to catch it. If I know where I need to look. Should be out there somewhere. Had it been a bigger airplane, it would have been a bit easier to see, but I found it now. Sometimes they can be a real chore to spot, and I also see a little bit of focus dance. I inadvertently still had my camera set to autofocus, and now it's back to manual. (922 Alsmeerbaan). What does LVNL say? Is LVNL showing the Kaagbaan still open, or are they going to do the same as they did yesterday? Wouldn't that be something? The A340, not only the A340 going to the wrong runway, but the 747 as well. Wouldn't be the first time, nor will it be the last if it was another runway change that they're effectuating. Iberia for 06, Adi says. Okay, so 06 is still open. That's good, that bodes well for the 747. Means that only the A380 is going to the wrong runway. Well, realistically, it was always in the books, but for a moment it was looking like it might be a possibility to go differently. It wasn't meant to be. That's okay. They're doing a runway inspection now. I was looking for the yellow vehicles earlier, but I wasn't able to see them yet. Now we can establish that there is a runway inspection in progress right now. Emirates is approaching. It's flying in the vicinity of Utrecht. Lufty from Munich also for 06, says Ari. So that means that the last airplane 236 right might well become the A380. That would be something, wouldn't it? Oh, have they spotted something? Hard to see with all the distortion from the heat. Bird controller is definitely picking something up. Peter K says UK government Dassault Falcon LX-90 over Leiden. To land or on cruising altitude? Think cruising altitude, because in the vicinity of the sun I do see something that looks like a bizjet producing a contrail. Let's see if we can spot the A380 already. It's about to turn final for 36 right, and I think on paper we ought to be able to find it somewhere. I think this might be the E2 before it, so we need to look a bit more to the right. Which is what I am doing already. If that's the E2, then surely the A380 must be... No, wait, if it is turning in, it may well be a bit more over there. I think the problem is it's still too far away, and it's probably behind either the bushes that you see here in the foreground or the building. So this is the E2, isn't it? Yeah, that looks like an E2. Somewhere over there ought to be a big fat two-story building with wings. But where are we going to find it? Got a visual on it. Right, so just about clearing the building here. Then going under, only to re-emerge again at the later stage. Or is it going to stay above? No, it's still staying above. Emirates Flight 147, arriving from Dubai, gear still up, turning final to 36 right. Unfortunately for us, but such is life. Quite interesting. Earlier in the show, when we looked on Flight Radar, the estimated time of arrival of Flight 147, the Emirates A380, and the 747 arrival from Miami were similar. For a long time, they were expected to arrive simultaneously and to be arriving here 5 minutes to the hour. Emirates has made up a minute or 10 or so. And funnily enough, the 747 seems to be a bit around the same time, a bit later. Emirates Flight 147 arriving from Dubai, number 6 on Flight Radar, tracked by 1,744 people. I cannot look on my computer screen right now, but I'm sure we have only a fraction of the viewers left. All those people following this airplane on Flight Radar, but not knowing that they can also see it live via the channel. Seven hours and 32 minutes underway. Ever since the geopolitical circumstances in the Middle East, and since these airplanes are flying a different route than they used to do before, Their flight times have averaged between 7.5 to 8 hours. Normally it would have been around 6.5. They're definitely taking a detour, but at least returning to Amsterdam on a consistent basis. This is the Alpha 6 Echo Delta uniform, and it's 14 years old. First flight was in August 2011, so it's turning 15 in a few months from now. More than 1,700 people watching this airplane. No, 1,600 now on flight radar. Always remarkable to see how many people are watching the Emirates A380 on flight radar. Makes me wonder if there's a disproportionate big number of Dutch users who are using flight radar compared to other nations. Because it is often in the top 10. Right. Last building it is going to go behind. And then the last brief stint that we will be able to see it. And then the rollout after having touched down, which will happen out of sight. There you go. That was the last bit. Airplanes getting pushed back here as well, 2 of them. And the rollout, there you go. You can hear the reversers. It was the last airplane to 36 right. Now it's closed. Now everything inbound, also from the east, is once again coming to the Kaagbaan, the runway we are standing right next to. The 777 that has been pushed back in the foreground is starting its engines, or is it the one in the back? That's 4 GE90 engines starting. It's 1:48, and if you look on flight radar and you look to the east, to the west over the Gulf of Yorkshire, you will see Atlas Air arriving from Miami. It's approaching. Earlier we had a double queen shot, now it's a double triple shot. Now once again traffic to the Kaagbaan is resuming. Iberia A320neo arriving from Madrid up next. And another GE90 being started. Oh, and a racing motorcycle on the highway, revving up. Klaas is signing off, and he is going to see us on Queen's Day, yes. Thursday, the 30th. That should be a streaming day for me. Looking forward to seeing you then, Klaas. And thank you for joining. For those of you who don't have to be anywhere right away, stay with us for a few more minutes. And we're also going to catch the last 747's landing of today's show. The 4th 747. Atlas arriving from Miami over the Gulf of Yorkshire and coming this way. Chris was showering. He was throwing water over him. Thought I heard something, then I saw it. KLM, arrival from London Heathrow, A321neo. Nice little mix of narrow bodies. This was an A321neo. Next is going to be a 737-700. After that, an A319, and after that, a Bombardier C-Series 300 from Swiss. And it looks like there is a race going on between which will be the first wide-body to arrive here. Is it going to be Atlas, or is it going to be KLM Flight 792, which is in the southwesterly province of Zeeland, which is flying in directly. Now, also it's not as nice as two 747s, but two triples next to one another in the same shot. That's also pretty gnarly to see. They're obviously making their way over to the crossing point to cross the runway. Suparna triple. Hey! Wouldn't it be amazing if those two triples were to cross the runway simultaneously? There are 2 points where they can cross. Wouldn't it be fun if they happen to get the green light simultaneously and would do a parallel crossing of the runway? That's something you don't see every day. On paper it could be possible. KLM 737-800, arriving from Marseille, is next, flight 1466. Peter is also signing off already. Thank you for joining, Peter. You have a nice day today and also tomorrow. Happy King's Day. Hopefully see you again on Thursday. Next up, a Lufty A319, followed by a Swiss Bombardier C-Series. In the meantime, I see Donald, Daisy and Chris over there. Donald and Daisy Duck. Chris Coot. And over here we have Russell Crowe. Craw, craw. Craw, craw. He's looking at me like, what are you saying, you dickhead? Shut up. Alright, I will. Forget about it. Jas is also leaving right now. See you soon, Jas. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Happy King's Day tomorrow. Hopefully we'll see you again on Thursday. This is Lufthansa in the Star Alliance livery, an A319 returning from Frankfurt. A mere 46 minutes of flight. Do that by car and you'll be busy for 4 to 5 hours depending on how fast you can go on the Autobahn. Less than an hour of flying, but half a day in the car, half a work day in the car is what you'll at least need if you want to go to Frankfurt by car from Amsterdam. Cars are just incredibly slow. China Cargo is also ready, so I think we're going to get parallel crossings, 2 triples, 1 shot. But I think that the A220 approaching behind us is going to be landing here first. After that, plenty of time because either the 747 or the triple will be next. They're both still pretty far away. So ATC is probably going to give them clearance to cross the runway, both triples, after the next airplane will have landed. So let's turn back and also focus on the triples in time for us to see them, because it's going to be a dual crossing happening at once. It has all the signs. Swiss flight 728 arrived from Zurich. Right, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. We're going to get parallel crossing of the runway. Or, come on. Yes. Don't be shy. Come on, Suparna. Now that's something you don't get to see every day. 2 triples at the same time crossing the runway. Nice little warm up for the grand finale. Queen number 4, here she is. Last airplane of the day, last airplane of this week's streams. And I'm already going to go ahead and thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a great time. The greatest time, as some presidents would call it. Hope you guys enjoyed it as well. If you did enjoy the show, don't forget to leave a like on your way out if you haven't already. It will help immensely to bring in more people, promote the channel, and let the channel grow. Massive big thanks once again to everybody for the support in all ways, shapes and forms. Great number of new members, courtesy of a few gifted memberships given again. Thanks to all the gifters. Hope that everybody who received the gifted membership today has said thank you or will still say thank you to the gifter. Thanks to those who renewed their memberships. And also a big thanks for all the super chats and super stickers, PayPal donations, merch shop purchases, and all that other goodness. I'm also already going to go ahead and thank the moderators who were on acting duty again today for keeping the chat friendly and accessible to all. Without you guys, the channel wouldn't be anywhere near what it is today and what it has become. Thank you all once again so much. Now, King's Day tomorrow in the Netherlands. I'm not going to be streaming. I will be doing some gardening. Well, much needed gardening. Weather permitting, I should be out again on Thursday. The weather should be good. I should be out again on Thursday. Hope to see you all then. This is the last airplane of today. It's Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida. The fourth 747 of the show. And all 4 have landed here, haven't they? Yeah, all 4. Absolutely lovely. Atlas Air flight 5579 arriving from Miami, Florida. Flight time has been 8 hours and 4 minutes. The November 850 Gin Tonic. She's 13 years old. First flight May 2012. Let's look and listen. Hopefully she'll get loud. Hopefully she'll spool up those reversers. Yes, reversers. Nice. I had forgotten about the 777 that is also approaching now. By the time that this airplane has done the 180 and will get the long distance headshot, we might as well pick up the landing of KLM Flight 792. Indeed, Gary, everyone on the A4 highway ducked in their cars. Imagine driving there and seeing that behemoth appearing in your back view mirror, in your rear view mirrors, and then overtaking you. Quite remarkable. It's a shame we didn't get to see the MPS in action. It's been standing here, shining all beautifully here in the foreground. But we will get to see it in action sooner or later, one day. There's no 747 expected to be pushed back in a minute from now, is there? Ooh, nice. Gary saw the white 747 do that last week. Which one was that? For which carrier was that flying? I saw the white 747 the other day while in the living room at the end of the afternoon. Gargalux 315 is alive. A flight radar Ari says, "Come on, push it back then." Another queen combo shot. Yeah, no action here. Just a long distance headshot of a single queen. Oh, and a waft of airplane exhaust gases. The very last airplane of the day, KLM Flight 792, arriving from Sao Paulo, 777-300. We're ending with the 777s were absolutely lovely. Sadly, no double queen end of show headshot. Just the one over there. Right, that was it for now, ladies and gentlemen. Take care, stay safe and healthy, and I will see you in the next one. Until Thursday, cheers!